Chapter 860. Everyone from the Flaming Prison clan saw the death of Sage Yinyu on the battlefield, and every one of them looked pale. Although their clan leader was not listed on the Sage and Saint ranking, he was nevertheless a well-known figure with extraordinary strength. Everyone from the Flaming Prison clan saw the death of Sage Yinyu on the battlefield, and every one of them looked pale. Although their clan leader was not listed on the Sage and Saint ranking, he was nevertheless a well-known figure with extraordinary strength. In the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, except for the direct power belonging to the Sacred Dynasty and Sage Wuliang, their clan leader was the strongest amongst the realm. But he was killed with a single blow. It was unimaginable. There were a few people belonging to the Sage level who rushed in the direction of Wuxia. They were the elders of the Flaming Prison clan, who were extremely strong. Wuxia's breath was weak, but his cold glance surveyed those people. Horrifying flames fell and attacked all things. Even now, when his body had suffered great injury, he could still battle using rules sorcery. There were many sun furnaces appearing, burning the void and blasting at the oncoming cultivators who rushed in for the kill. Those whose plane were inferior were burned to death, and their screams could be heard. However, there were also two sage-level people who had broken through the attack, and presently one of them rushed towards the spear of Flaming Prison, intending to snatch the divine implement. Wuxia's eyes fixed in that direction, his eyes like flames burning to create a terrible flaming space that directly shone upon the cultivator who went for the divine implement. Refining! Wuxia commanded icily, and that cultivator was suddenly drowning in flames. An explosion of rules powers attempted to expel the flames released by Wuxia, but the flaming rules power increased in force until the space seemed to be entirely refined. The body of the cultivator turned into a liquid fire, and then dispersed in ashes. It was not just burning but melting. Another person who was close to Wuxia blasted him with a terrible hit using his palm, covering the sky. Wuxia looked up and focused the flames of his eyes at the palm. Suddenly the palm melted immediately, followed by the body. The man expressed infinite fear as he was melted bit by bit, his shrill screams echoing between the heaven and earth. Pooh! Wuxia continued slaughtering several more opponents and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only had he suffered terrible internal damage, but the consumption of his spiritual energy was also extremely exhausting. Although he also cultivated in martial arts, as an armorer it required an extreme strength. A simple reliance on the flame was not enough. The rules sorcery that was exercised was at a great cost to his already wounded body. Dragging his tired body, Wuxia got the spear of Flaming Prison, his memento of war, to rob him of the divine implement that he fought for, and try to vanquish him? City Lord. At this time Yanjun, the Palace Lord of Fire Emperor Palace, had arrived. Don't mind me, continue to fight, Wuxia commanded. He glanced the battlefield, then dragged his heavily injured body toward another part of the battle. To gain the final victory of the sacred war, all efforts had to be exerted in every battle to destroy the opponent as much as possible, so that the power of the Holy Ji Palace might last. As Wuxia moved forward, every cultivator in his path was destroyed under the flame. He came to the center of the battlefield and stood next to a few people. This battlefield was attacked by many cultivators. The people that were standing next to him were members of the sovereign family. The head of the sovereign family, Huang Shi, was also trapped here, his breath shallow. He was already injured. Across from them, the leading cultivator was surrounded by a demonic dragon, looking menacing. The opponent of the sovereign family was the Black Dragon Legion, one of the 4 major legions of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The opposite figure was the leader of the Black Dragon, and his strength would only be superior to Sage Yinyu's. What are you doing here with your injured self? Huang Shi gave Wuxia a sideways glance. This is nothing. If I'm not dead, I can still fight, Wuxia said. Huang Shi smiled and said, Old man, why? Of course he could see that Wuxia was badly injured. Why? Wuxia muttered, who knows? It seems insincere if I said it was completely for the barren state. But my daughter was snatched away by that punk who helped his brother, so what else could be done? As for the other reasons, maybe it's just to witness a different era. Everything we did is perhaps a legend in the making. And you, is it because of my letter? Asked Wuxia. Dog shit, Huang Shi said, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. The ancestor said that the sovereign family was the descendant of Ren Huang. I almost do not believe it myself anymore, but still I wanted to see the scenery above. How can I be willing to be ruled by the great Zhou sacred dynasty and live like a refugee in the barren state? So let us witness an era together. As soon as he finished, he stepped out and above the sky, an infinitely brilliant heavy sword swooped down and smashed into the black dragon, pulverizing it to powder. At this time Huangshi was filled with indescribable majesty, the long robe on his body fluttering wildly. Infinite power seemed to be pouring from his body, resonating with the heaven and earth. Renhuang swords continued to fall, so that numerous Renhuang greatswords had appeared all around. Not only that, but a large army emerged from nothing, and thousands of troops rushed out to fight with Huangshi. At this moment he was like the real Renhuang descending on earth. In other battlefields Sword Saint, Yunshang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Qin Zhuang were all engaged in intense fights for their beliefs. The last time at the Holy Ji Palace, their army was at a disadvantage and relied on Sage Dozhan to turn the tide. This time they were not in a weakened position. 9-State City, 9-States Platform. Yi Futian did not go to witness the battle at the platform but closed his eyes instead. In his mind, scenes in the battlefield were revealed before his eyes. He saw that despite being seriously wounded, Yu Qi still managed to get rid of a person wielding supreme strength, and heard the conversation between Huangshi and Yu Qi. This era was not only written by him, but by everyone who could write it with him. He believed that this would certainly be a magnificent era, belonging to the barren state. He would work hard for this and would not disappoint those who fought for their beliefs. Uncle Master. Right then his heart tightened, and he saw that Uncle Master Sage Jinggang was hit with a heavy blow. In his mind, Sage Jingang's chest and abdomen were pierced, and countless bones were broken, but he still remained standing. Back then, Sage Dozhan was chased and hunted by the great Zhou sacred dynasty until he almost lost his life. Now Sage Dozhan nearly crossed over the divine catastrophe, but great Zhou sacred king would not allow it, and wanted him dead. He remembered it all. Elder uncle. Zhuge Qingfeng was also wounded, suffering in order to protect Yunshang and the others in the Legion of Sorcerers. Scenes of battle continued, and gradually the great army of the Holy Ji Palace finally gained an advantage, oppressing the other side and breaching all the battle matrices. The sword matrix of 9, led by Qin Zhuang, continually slaughtered people from the opposite side with unstoppable momentum, and the sword of senior brother landed each time, spilling the blood of cultivators from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Many people around had noticed that Yi Futian had been keeping his eyes closed. Many in the 9-States College felt displeased. They were now recruiting disciples for the 9-States College, and Yi Futian sat at a very distinguished position to observe the ceremony. What kind of attitude was this that he kept his eyes closed? Could it be that he was looking down on these geniuses who participated in the assessment? At this time, a man from the crowd squeezed toward the east side of the stone tablet, until he was at the side of great Zhou sacred king. After bowing, he then secretly transmitted his voice to great Zhou sacred king. When great Zhou sacred king heard what he said, his eyes suddenly became sharp and swept toward Yi Futian. As he had predicted, the village chief led Qin Zhuang and the others to the great Zhou sacred dynasty to contain the cultivators from the palace of the sacred dynasty. At the same time, people from the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state had already set off, and according to the reports he had received, they had probably reached the borders of the summer state. Obviously, great Zhou sacred king did not know that the armies on both sides had already started fighting. Instead, Zhou Yanwang, who guarded the great Zhou sacred dynasty, learned of the onset of war because the spirit jade scroll that had melted the spiritual energy of many cultivators was now broken. As if no one was around, Yi Futian still had his eyes closed. Finally, he saw the victory of this battle. The cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty began to withdraw and flee while Qin Zhuang and the other gave chase, slaying many on the field. But many strong cultivators were still able to retreat and escape. In frontal confrontation, the army of the Holy Ji Palace defeated the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. However, Yi Futian did not feel joy. He saw the fall of many, and his heart was heavy. At this time, another battle had ended on the platform. An extraordinary candidate was selected by the 9-States College, and many people toasted and congratulated the candidate. Palace Lord Yi. At this moment, a voice was heard and interrupted Yi Futian's thoughts. Even though Futian heard it, he did not immediately open his eyes. He watched the army begin to regroup and his heart was heavy. He then slowly opened his eyes and looked at the direction of the voice. Not far from the 9-state college, cultivators of Yi clan were seated. A young man amongst them looked toward the direction of Futian. The voice that was heard came from him. A spark flashed through many people's eyes. This young man was a known character among the Yi clan, enjoying a great reputation among the young generation of Summer State. Yi clan Isheng. What is it? Asked Futian. 9 States College is recruiting disciples, and geniuses have emerged one after the other, but Palace Lord Yi seems not to be interested and continues to keep his eyes closed to rest. Is it because he thought that none of these geniuses were worth his scrutiny? Isheng said with a smile. Many looked at Futian, though with a faint smile the atmosphere was subtly curious. Futian stared at the other and said, "In the 9 States College geniuses are many and I have already experienced it. I even made some friends among them. The disciples recruited by the 9 States College would naturally be equally exceptional. Everyone knows that Palace Lord Yi is extremely talented, and today's examiners are all outstanding geniuses themselves. But it seems it is still difficult to be viewed worthy by Palace Lord Yi." Isheng lowered his head with a laugh. Futian still stared at him. He understood it was the tallest trees in the woods that got their tops blown off. During this period of time the barren state and he had shocked the 9 states with strong performances, and they had been catching too much attention. Coupled with the reputation of him and Yusheng together, many geniuses from other holy lands naturally had thoughts of their own. When they arrived today they were the focus of countless stares. Isheng was not stupid. The provocative words spoken now were probably intended to provoke him. Not only did Futian see through it, everyone present could see that Isheng from the Yi clan seemed not to be content leaving things alone, and was deliberately provoking Futian. Cultivation is about the heart and mind. When the heart and mind are clear, there is nothing to hide. Although I don't know who you are nor do I have any interest in knowing who you are, those who don't obey the rules and think that they are smarter than all others would not escape my scrutiny. Futian said coldly, "If you want to ask for wisdom, first let your elders teach you how to behave before you return." Chapter 860-2. Everyone from the Flaming Prison clan saw the death of Sage Yinyu on the battlefield, and every one of them looked pale. Although their clan leader was not listed on the Sage and Saint ranking, he was nevertheless a well-known figure with extraordinary strength. Everyone from the Flaming Prison clan saw the death of Sage Yinyu on the battlefield, and every one of them looked pale. Although their clan leader was not listed on the Sage and Saint ranking, he was nevertheless a well-known figure with extraordinary strength. In the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, except for the direct power belonging to the Sacred Dynasty and Sage Wuliang, their clan leader was the strongest amongst the realm, but he was killed with a single blow. It was unimaginable. There were a few people belonging to the sage level who rushed in the direction of Yuqi. They were the elders of the Flaming Prison clan, who were extremely strong. Yuqi's breath was weak but his cold glance surveyed those people. Horrifying flames fell and attacked all things. Even now, when his body had suffered great injury, he could still battle using rules sorcery. There were many sun furnaces appearing, burning the void and blasting at the oncoming cultivators who rushed in for the kill. Those whose plane were inferior were burned to death, and their screams could be heard. However, there were also 2 sage-level people who had broken through the attack, and presently one of them rushed towards the spear of Flaming Prison, intending to snatch the divine implement. Yuqi's eyes fixed in that direction, his eyes like flames burning to create a terrible flaming space that directly shone upon the cultivator who went for the divine implement. Refining, Yuqi commanded icily, and that cultivator was suddenly drowning in flames. An explosion of rules powers attempted to expel the flames released by Yuqi, but the flaming rules power increased in force until the space seemed to be entirely refined. The body of the cultivator turned into a liquid fire, and then dispersed in ashes. It was not just burning but melting. Another person who was close to Yuqi blasted him with a terrible hit using his palm, covering the sky. Yuqi looked up and focused the flames of his eyes at the palm. Suddenly the palm melted immediately, followed by the body. The man expressed infinite fear as he was melted bit by bit. his shrill screams echoing between the heaven and earth. Fu! Yuqi continued slaughtering several more opponents and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only had he suffered terrible internal damage, but the consumption of his spiritual energy was also extremely exhausting. Although he also cultivated in martial arts, as an armorer it required an extreme strength. A simple reliance on the flame was not enough. The rule's sorcery that was exercised was at a great cost to his already wounded body. Dragging his tired body, Yuqi got the spear of flaming prison, his memento of war. To rob him of the divine implement that he fought for, and try to vanquish him? City Lord. At this time Yanjun, the Palace Lord of Fire Emperor Palace had arrived. Don't mind me, continue to fight, Yuqi commanded. He glanced the battlefield, then dragged his heavily injured body toward another part of the battle. To gain the final victory of the sacred war, all efforts had to be exerted in every battle to destroy the opponent as much as possible, so that the power of the Holy Ji Palace might last. As Yuqi moved forward, every cultivator in his path was destroyed under the flame. He came to the center of the battlefield and stood next to a few people. This battlefield was attacked by many cultivators. The people that were standing next to him were members of the sovereign family. The head of the sovereign family, Huang Shi, was also trapped here, his breath shallow. He was already injured. Across from them, the leading cultivator was surrounded by a demonic dragon, looking menacing. The opponent of the sovereign family was the Black Dragon Legion, one of the 4 major legions of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The opposite figure was the leader of the Black Dragon, and his strength would only be superior to Sage Yenyu's. What are you doing here with your injured self? Huang Shi gave Yuqi a sideways glance. This is nothing. If I'm not dead, I can still fight, Yuqi said. Huang Shi smiled and said, Old man, why? Of course he could see that Yuqi was badly injured. Why? Yuqi muttered, who knows? It seems insincere if I said it was completely for the barren state. But my daughter was snatched away by that punk who helped his brother, so what else could be done? As for the other reasons, maybe it's just to witness a different era. Everything we did is perhaps a legend in the making. And you, is it because of my letter? Asked Yuqi. Dog shit, Huang Shi said, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. The ancestor said that the sovereign family was the descendant of Ren Huang. I almost do not believe it myself anymore, but still I wanted to see the scenery above. How can I be willing to be ruled by the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and live like a refugee in the barren state? So let us witness an era together. As soon as he finished, he stepped out, and above the sky, an infinitely brilliant heavy sword swooped down and smashed into the black dragon, pulverizing it to powder. At this time Huang Shi was filled with indescribable majesty, the long robe on his body fluttering wildly. Infinite power seemed to be pouring from his body, resonating with the heaven and earth. Renhuang swords continued to fall, so that numerous Renhuang greatswords had appeared all around. Not only that, but a large army emerged from nothing, and thousands of troops rushed out to fight with Huang Shi. At this moment he was like the real Renhuang descending on earth. In other battlefields, Sword Saint, Yun Shang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Qin Zhuang were all engaged in intense fights for their beliefs. The last time at the Holy Ji Palace, their army was at a disadvantage and relied on Sage Dozhan to turn the tide. This time they were not in a weakened position. 9-State City, 9 States Platform. Yi Futian did not go to witness the battle at the platform but closed his eyes instead. In his mind, scenes in the battlefield were revealed before his eyes. He saw that despite being seriously wounded, Yuqi still managed to get rid of a person wielding supreme strength, and heard the conversation between Huang Shi and Yuqi. This era was not only written by him, but by everyone who could write it with him. He believed that this would certainly be a magnificent era, belonging to the barren state. He would work hard for this and would not disappoint those who fought for their beliefs. Uncle Master. Right then his heart tightened, and he saw that Uncle Master Sage Jingang was hit with a heavy blow. In his mind, Sage Jingang's chest and abdomen were pierced, and countless bones were broken, but he still remained standing. Back then, Sage Dozhan was chased and hunted by the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty until he almost lost his life. Now Sage Dozhan nearly crossed over the divine catastrophe, but Great Zhou Sacred King would not allow it, and wanted him dead. He remembered it all. Elder Uncle. Zhuge Qingfeng was also wounded, suffering in order to protect Yun Shang and the others in the Legion of Sorcerers. Scenes of battle continued, and gradually the great army of the Holy Ji Palace finally gained an advantage, oppressing the other side and breaching all the battle matrices. The sword matrix of 9, led by Qin Zhuang, continually slaughtered people from the opposite side with unstoppable momentum, and the sword of senior brother landed each time, spilling the blood of cultivators from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Many people around had noticed that Yi Futian had been keeping his eyes closed. Many in the Nine States College felt displeased. They were now recruiting disciples for the Nine States College, and Yi Futian sat at a very distinguished position to observe the ceremony. What kind of attitude was this that he kept his eyes closed? Could it be that he was looking down on these geniuses who participated in the assessment? At this time, a man from the crowd squeezed toward the east side of the stone tablet, until he was at the side of Great Zhou Sacred King. After bowing, he then secretly transmitted his voice to Great Zhou Sacred King. When Great Zhou Sacred King heard what he said, his eyes suddenly became sharp and swept toward Yi Futian. As he had predicted, the village chief led Qin Zhuang and the others to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to contain the cultivators from the palace of the Sacred Dynasty. At the same time, people from the Holy Ji Palace at the Barren State had already set off, and according to the reports he had received, they had probably reached the borders of the Summer State. Obviously, Great Zhou Sacred King did not know that the armies on both sides had already started fighting. Instead, Zhou Yanwang, who guarded the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, learned of the onset of war because the Spirit Jade Scroll that had melted the spiritual energy of many cultivators was now broken. As if no one was around, Yi Futian still had his eyes closed. Finally, he saw the victory of this battle. The cultivators of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty began to withdraw and flee while Qin Zhuang and the other gave chase, slaying many on the field. But many strong cultivators were still able to retreat and escape. In frontal confrontation, the army of the Holy Ji Palace defeated the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. However, Yi Futian did not feel joy. He saw the fall of many, and his heart was heavy. At this time, another battle had ended on the platform. An extraordinary candidate was selected by the Nine States College, and many people toasted and congratulated the candidate. Palace Lord Yi. At this moment, a voice was heard and interrupted Yi Futian's thoughts. Even though Yi Futian heard it, he did not immediately open his eyes. He watched the army begin to regroup and his heart was heavy. He then slowly opened his eyes and looked at the direction of the voice. Not far from the Nine State College, cultivators of Yi clan were seated. A young man amongst them looked toward the direction of Yi Futian. The voice that was heard came from him. A spark flashed through many people's eyes. This young man was a known character among the Yi clan, enjoying a great reputation among the young generation of Summer State. Yi clan Yisheng. What is it? Asked Yi Futian. Nine States College is recruiting disciples, and geniuses have emerged one after the other. But Palace Lord Yi seems not to be interested and continues to keep his eyes closed to rest. Is it because he thought that none of these geniuses were worth his scrutiny? Yisheng said with a smile. Many looked at Yi Futian, though with a faint smile, the atmosphere was subtly curious. Yi Futian stared at the other and said, "In the Nine States College geniuses are many and I have already experienced it. I even made some friends among them. The disciples recruited by the Nine States College would naturally be equally exceptional. Everyone knows that Palace Lord Yi is extremely talented, and today's examiners are all outstanding geniuses themselves. But it seems it is still difficult to be viewed worthy by Palace Lord Yi." Yisheng lowered his head with a laugh. Yi Futian still stared at him. He understood it was the tallest trees in the woods that got their tops blown off. During this period of time the Barren State and he had shocked the Nine States with strong performances, and they had been catching too much attention. Coupled with the reputation of him and Yu Sheng together, many geniuses from other holy lands naturally had thoughts of their own. When they arrived today, they were the focus of countless stares. Yisheng was not stupid. The provocative words spoken now were probably intended to provoke him. Not only did Yi Futian see through it, everyone present could see that Yisheng from the Yi clan seemed not to be content leaving things alone, and was deliberately provoking Yi Futian. Cultivation is about the heart and mind. When the heart and mind are clear, there is nothing to hide. Although I don't know who you are nor do I have any interest in knowing who you are, those who don't obey the rules and think that they are smarter than all others would not escape my scrutiny. Yi Futian said coldly, if you want to ask for wisdom, first let your elders teach you how to behave before you return. Chapter 861. Yi Futian's forceful comment rendered silence amongst the crowd, and they understood his meaning. He was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Even if his behavior was deemed improper, it ought to have been addressed by the elders of Nine States College. Yi Futian's forceful comment rendered silence amongst the crowd, and they understood his meaning. He was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Even if his behavior was deemed improper, it ought to have been addressed by the elders of Nine States College. Viewed from any angle, it would never be up to a descendant of the Yi clan to point that out. Even more, Yishang's comment claiming that the disciples of the Nine States College could not have withstood Yi Futian's scrutiny was obviously provocative in nature. Therefore, Yi Futian told him that his elders ought to have taught him some manners. Yishang also fixed his gaze on Yi Futian from across the space. From where he was, although Yi Futian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he was ultimately considered one of his peers. With a faint smile, Yishang said, indeed I might be meddlesome, but Palace Lord Yi showed a lack of respect first and expects others to be silent? I heard that to make the acquaintance of St. Jiang at the Nine States College, Palace Lord Yi deliberately approached Goddess Dai for the sake of his own purpose. Now that he has enjoyed favors within the college but acted so disrespectfully in such an occasion, it seems that his manner should be the one called into question. As for seeking instruction, the assessment of the Nine States College has not yet concluded. I would not be so insolent. Moreover, although Palace Lord Yi is well known, I am afraid that you do not yet have the pleasure of seeking instruction from you. Yishang's words were extremely sharp, and could be said to be contentious. When he finished, he moved his eyes away and no longer focused on Yi Futian. Clearly, as a valued son of the Yi clan, Yishang was also very proud, and naturally would not suffer such insult by Yi Futian in silence. In the direction of the Nine States College, Little Butterfly frowned at the words of Yishang and said, there have been rumors circulating in the college, but Palace Lord Yi, in order to aid his master, lowered himself outside the herb garden for an entire month to beg for a meeting before I invited him inside. In order to help Sage Dojan, Palace Lord Yi even tested the medicine himself, and why such a noble character would cause these unspeakable words is beyond me. A known figure of the Holy Lands believing such base rumors and using it for attack is indeed not befitting of the stature. Many looked at Little Butterfly with some surprise. It was rumored that Goddess Dai was quite close to Yi Futian in the herb garden, and had a good relationship with him. It seemed that it was true. Goddess Dai had personally spoken for Yi Futian. Because Palace Lord Yi showed little respect for the assessment, I had to speak up. Goddess Dai is a hallowed disciple of the college. I have nothing to say against your words. Yishang gave a casual response. Yi Futian cast a cold glance at Yishang, then focused on saintly, slightly bowing. I just received word that the disciples of our palace have started the battle with the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, so I was a little distracted. I beg your forgiveness. Many people showed surprise in their eyes, and the eyes of the Great Zhou Sacred King were even more brilliant. The people of the Holy Ji Palace and the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had started a fight? If there was indeed a battle, the news would soon spread, and it was impossible to lie about such things, so they did not doubt the truthfulness of what Yi Futian had disclosed. In this circumstance, it was unlikely that Yi Futian would lower himself so as to use lies to cover himself. It could only be surmised that what he said about the battle was true. If this was the case, Yi Futian previously closing his eyes with a frown was understandable, and no one could have said anything. Was the battle that involved his palace more important than the college choosing disciples? However, Great Zhou Sacred King had not yet received the news. How did Yi Futian know? Palace Lord Yi does not need to explain so deliberately, saintly responded with a smile. This was not a big deal. If it was not for Yishang's provocation, they would not have said anything. I should. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Please continue the assessment. Many apologies for disrupting everything because of my own personal business. Saintly said nothing more, letting the assessment continue. Many people casually glanced in the direction of Yishang. After Yishang's strong response, Futian paid no more attention to him but chose to explain to Saint Li instead and took the blame on himself. In comparison with Yishang, the difference in magnanimity was obvious. If Futian was engaging with Yishang in petty arguments, he would have done himself a disservice. After all, he was the palace lord of Holy Ji Palace. However, those around the platform were slightly disappointed. They wanted to see the battle between these top geniuses, and it was best that they battle it out in person. Although the strength of those being assessed in the 9 States College was very strong, compared to the top geniuses such as the hallowed disciples of Holy Lands, there was still a large gap in capability. The assessment went on for several days with a very small number of people who emerged as truly excellent. Many of the prominent figures within the 9 States College had chosen their favorites to be accepted as disciples. At this point, a person came to the side of Great Zhou's Sacred King and secretly transmitted something to him. Suddenly the face of Great Zhou's Sacred King changed slightly, and from him exuded an invisible pressure of authority, which made many look towards him. On the throne, his eyes now turned their icy gaze to Futian. Later there were people arriving intermittently to deliver the news to all Holy Lands. Upon hearing the news, they all showed surprises and focused their attention on Futian. What Futian said on that day was true. At the boundary of the Summer State, a major battle had exploded several days ago. The army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was waylaid by the army of the Barren State and suffered heavy losses. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was defeated. Many people's hearts beat fast, feeling disquieted. In the last battle at their home base, the Holy Ji Palace was able to repel the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, with the tragic sacrificial action of Sage Dozhan, risking the divine catastrophe. The victory gained by the Holy Palace this time, on the turf outside of their own, held extraordinary meaning. Had the Barren State actually suppressed the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in return? The prior destruction of the 3 major forces within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, including the Infinite Palace, had caused the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to lose considerable strength. The defeat again this time cost them dearly, but the news had it that in the Barren State the Holy Ji Palace was expanding, with many cultivators of the Barren State willing to enter the palace and join the fight. With such imbalance, it seemed that the scales of the sacred war were gradually tilting. This was absolutely unthinkable to people of all Holy Lands, that the Barren State could actually suppress the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the sacred war. What's happening? Countless people around the platform felt the subtle change in the air. It seemed that many prominent figures were looking a little off. Futian was still sitting there with indifference, his eyes directed at the battle on the stage. After all, he had witnessed the ending of the battle and its entire process. Great Zhou's Sacred King's eyes were extremely sharp. Futian had asked the village chief to bring Qin Zhuang and the others to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Although he knew their purpose, he had paid it no mind. Zhou Yanwang was in command and he could make his own decisions. However, the people of the Holy Ji Palace had converged with Qin Zhuang to intercept the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and they had defeated it. According to the news, among the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the 3 top leaders were killed in battle, and there were even more sages who were killed or wounded, with the rest dispersed in retreat, fleeing for fear that they would be caught. That battle was a total defeat. His eyes glanced at Sage Dozhan, and there was murderous intent brewing within. The matters of war had already concluded, and it was meaningless to mull over it further. After the assessment at the 9 States College, it would be time for Sage Dozhan and his cohorts to die. The air at the 9 States platform was slightly curious. People from all the Holy Lands were very clear that they had not come only to see the 9 States College recruiting disciples, but more importantly what would happen thereafter. There were many prominent sage figures present on this day. They all wanted to see for themselves the baptism of the divine path. Time passed. In the void there was a blade of light shining through, catching the attention of many people. They saw this blade of light crossing the void, and it landed directly on the platform of the Barren State, appearing next to Futian. That blade of light gradually gathered into the shape of a person. Saint. Many eyes gazed at the incoming figure. It was the holy elder of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, the village chief of Tombkeeper Village, who had arrived. Before, He probably had gone to the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Holy Elder, how did it go? Yi Futian asked softly. Zhou Yangwang couldn't make it, the village chief responded. He had repeatedly ambushed Zhou Yanwang until he lost his nerve to come out without serious cause. Zhou Yanwang was also aware of his intentions, so he continued to test the limit. However, receiving several injuries only reinforced his sense of caution. After another provocation, the village chief rushed back here, counting that Zhou Yanwang would not dare to act rashly. Not to mention that Zhou Yanwang was not as speedy as him. Yi Futian nodded. The purpose of the village chief going to the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was not only to keep an eye on them, but also to inhibit the other saint in the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Since Great Zhou sacred king was staying here to guard Sage Dozhan, he could only stop the coming of the other saint. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Great Zhou sacred king flashed a cold look in his eyes. Did they intend to fight 2 against 1? Everyone from all the Holy Lands had a fascinated look. Today they would witness the true battle between saints. After a while, the 9 States College's recruiting process was nearing the end. Outside around the platform, there were cultivators arriving, marching mightily into the crowd and headed toward the stone monuments of the 9 States platform. As if the crowd had guessed the identities of these people, many parted way to let them through. Sword Saint, Yunshang, Qinzhuang, Sushang, Yuqi, and Huangxi all appeared, coming to the stone tablet that bore the name Baron. The procession of these mighty cultivators and their arrival energized the previously empty space. Yi Futian stood up from the throne and walked toward Yuqi and the others. Yuqi, Sage Jingang, and Zhuge Qingfeng were all injured and rode in on demon beasts. Uncle and Uncle Master. Yi Futian stepped up to greet them, and the undying old man behind him also came over to check everyone's injuries. His expression was grave. All were heavily wounded, especially Sage Jingang. Sage Jingang came lying down. Junior brother. Sage Dozhan greeted him with clenched fists. His junior brother's chest and abdomen seemed to have been punched through, looking extremely wretched. Little Butterfly also came over and saw their injuries. She said to Yi Futian, "They need immediate treatment. The longer the delay, the more trouble they will be in. Little Butterfly, can you take them to the herb garden?" Yi Futian asked. "Very well, I will go ask the master," replied Little Butterfly. "Holy Elder Qinzhuang, please escort them," Yi Futian said. 9 States College was a short distance away, and could be reached in a few moments. "Very well." The village chief nodded, and then took out the divine sword. Little Butterfly, the undying old man and the others helped the wounded to the divine sword. The divine sword then broke through and crossed the void, headed for the 9 States College. The Great Zhou sacred king was looking greatly displeased. Yi Futian seemed to enjoy a good relationship with Little Butterfly and Saint Jiang in the herb garden. Even though Saint Jiang did not participate in the sacred war, whatever assistance he was willing to lend would be a great help. Chapter 862. Many students of the 9 State College held grudges against Yi Futian, and they even took a look at Su Chehan. Many students of the 9 State College held grudges against Yi Futian, and they even took a look at Su Chehan. Yi Futian came to the college, defeated a hallowed disciple of the divine path, and went to do medicine tests in the herb garden. Not only was he able to survive the ordeal, he was able to even develop an unusual bond with Goddess Dai, and it was said that Saint Jiang liked him very much. It was worth noting many in the 9 State College wanted to become a personal student of Saint Jiang, and yet failed to do so. Countless asked to see the saint himself, and none of them was able to get their wishes fulfilled. Regardless of how extraordinary Yi Futian was, he was still, to many of the college's students, an outsider. A legendary figure from the barren state whose prowess was able to outshine all of his peers throughout the 9 states and reign supreme. However, Yi Futian himself cared little of what others thought about him. In his perspective, Little Butterfly was pure and kind, and furthermore, extremely compatible with his ways of cultivation, making her someone worth taking the trouble to befriend. He deemed what outsiders thought of their relationship to be inconsequential. His gaze turned towards Huangxi and the others and said, "Good work." The interception attempt had to end in success, for they were unable to afford to fail. If they were to fail the attempt, it would have created ripples having direct effects of what they were to face from then on out. Bx novel. Com. He witnessed that battle personally. Qiyu, Huangxi and the others gave it all that they have gotten, in order to secure the key battle that was influential enough to affect the entire sacred war. I'm just glad that we were able to fulfill our missions, Huangxi smiled and said. While he was somewhat injured, it was not anything serious and he could still fight, which meant that he did not need to pay a visit to the herb garden. Cultivators at their level were anything but frail and weak, unless they sustained considerable injuries. Yi Futian looked at Huangxi and recalled the conversation he had with Qiyu, making him burn with a sense of mission. He vowed to strive harder and enable Qiyu to see the birth of a truly new era. He would also strive to let Huangxi witness the far unknown future that he had envisioned. Yi Futian turned to look at the beautiful woman right beside him and his eyes turned tender, but then quickly turned his expression stern and glared at her, saying, "Who allowed you to come here?" Hua Jieyu gazed at him and Yi Futian felt rather exasperated as he took her hand. He then turned around to see familiar faces at his side. His seniors were there and so were Wuxian, Huangjioga, Suke, Yuanzhan and others. It became apparent that they participated in the battle at their own will. Even though they might have ended up being able to do little, they joined the fight nonetheless. Take a seat. The 9 state colleges' examination has yet to end, and it was not the time for catching up on things. Everyone took their seats right before the throne while Yi Futian took Hua Jieyu to the throne. She looked rather reluctant and tugged at his arm. It seemed inappropriate for her to sit on the throne in such an occasion. However, Yi Futian insisted on taking her to the throne with him. The palace lord and the first lady of the Holy Ji Palace should have sat together after all. Countless eyes were fixed on Hua Jieyu, who was right beside Yi Futian, and they were all in awe of her beauty. Those from the college who did not have a good opinion on him to begin with grew to resent him even more. Hua Jieyu shuddered a little bit at the attention that she had attracted, and she was unable to help but getting somewhat nervous. She knew well that everyone who sat around the platform all hailed from holy lands, and there were even saints sitting on the thrones. Bx novel. Com. For some unknown reasons, the scene reminded her of a prophecy told to her by Minister Zhou of the Nandu nation many years ago. While she still believed Minister Zhou's words to be little more than nonsense even after going through so much, but she believed firmly that her man was born for great, extraordinary things. However, the path leading to the fulfillment of that fate would have been filled with obstacles, and one would have died a horrible death if one was not careful enough. Regardless, if her man were to become an emperor, then she shall reign by his side. On the other hand, if he were to perish in his journey, then she shall go into eternal slumber by his side. A smile was seen in her eyes by then as she scanned everyone around her. She had a somewhat mystical gleam about her. Let's continue, Saintly said, seeing how everyone's attention was taken away by what was happening at Yi Futian's side. The remaining handful of participants got up the stage and brought the prowess to Ibar. Eventually, all who had participated in the recruitment event of the 9 State College went on the stage and showed what they were capable of to the audience around them. Every selected participant walked onto the platform by then, and there were hundreds of geniuses from all planes. The college held the recruitment event only once a year, but they did not set any plane restrictions or requirements. Many mighty ones from holy lands were intrigued. While all of those who were on the stage then had all been deemed qualified, but there was yet another round that would have proven the most important. There were to be a select few among the hundreds would have earned the chance to become personal students of saints. As such, even the ones on the stage could not have helped but felt rather nervous. It would have been a great honor to be able to study directly under a saint after all. Furthermore, they would have had the chance to become a hallowed disciple in the future. Who do you think would have a chance at the next round? There were people from holy lands who began discussing among themselves. Lin Xian. There's no need to say much in Lin Xian's case. He stands out as a hard-to-come-by exceptional one, even among the most exceptional of cultivators in the holy lands. Many nodded. Lin Xian was the most exceptional student that the college had recruited that year without a doubt. His display of talents was nothing short of extremely extraordinary. Lin Xian would probably be made a hallowed disciple of the divine path sometime in the future. Other than Lin Xian, I guess that rascal stands a chance as well. Someone added, and many nodded in agreement as well. The announcement is about to be made. Many turned to look at the college's direction. An elder scanned the crowd surrounding the stage and then said, Lin Xian, from this year's new recruits, shall be made a hallowed disciple and permitted to study directly under the college chief. Many looked surprised and baffled as the announcement was made, which were then replaced by feelings of awe. What Lin Xian showed that day definitely qualified him for such treatment, but no one expected it to be taking place so quickly. Saint Li took him in personally and made him a hallowed disciple right there and then. It was an honor that few from the college's history had experienced. It seemed that Saint Li had his own thoughts about the rise of the barren state. While his privileged status prevented him from being too affected or concerned, he had probably wanted to nurture someone capable of becoming absolute top geniuses throughout the 9 states nonetheless. Someone capable of standing side by side with the likes of Lin Shubai and Tong He, rivaling Yi Futian, Yu Shang and the others from the barren state. Lin Xian was the only one who had the honor of being named directly, and taken in as a Saint student right there and then. Countless eyes fell onto him and they knew that it was only a matter of time before he became someone with immense influence in the future. Lin Xian stood tall and proud as he took a deep breath on the stage. While he long had confidence of being named as a saint's personal student, but being appointed as a hallowed disciple right there, and then nonetheless caught him by surprise. He was seen bowing to Saint Li and said, "Greetings, my teacher." Saint Li nodded slightly and said, "While I made an exception this time in making you a hallowed disciple right away, but it'd still be necessary for you to learn from your seniors. Once you enter the college, your words shall remain with me always, teacher." Lin Xian bowed solemnly. "Congratulations, Saint Li." Many cupped their hands and congratulated the saint at that moment. How many were even able to make it to become Saint Li's students? It is indeed an auspicious event for him being able to take a personal student indeed. Saint Li smiled and nodded. The recruitment event of the 9-state college this year has come to an end. To all who came all the way here to witness the way, you have my gratitude. You're too kind, Saint Li. The honor is ours for being able to witness such a grand event personally. Many from other holy lands said politely, while the recruitment event had ended, but they all knew that the show had just begun, and that show was why they showed up there in the first place. "You're dismissed," the college chief said to the students on the stage. They dispersed, but Lin Xian remained standing where he was, an act that puzzled many in the crowd. "Anything bothering you, Lin Xian?" the college chief asked him. As Lin Xian had been made a hallowed disciple, the college chief's attitude towards him softened somewhat. Lin Xian bowed slightly and said to Saint Li, "When the 9-state forum was held, I was spending my time training in isolation in order to make a breakthrough. As such, it is my regret of having missed the event. However, I'm nonetheless fortunate to be able to see so many peers of my generation who have participated in the 9-state forum here today. Furthermore, the champion of the event, Yu Shang, is here. As such, I'd like to ask if I may spar with him for a little bit." Many were baffled by Lin Xian's words. He had just been made a hallowed disciple and he went straight to challenging Yu Shang, an act that barely concealed his arrogance beneath. "You shall ask Palace Lord Yi about that yourself," Saint Li smiled and said, not denying his request outright. Lin Xian nodded and turned to face the side of the barren state, asking, "Would I be given the honor to do so, Palace Lord Yi? It's a rare opportunity today, and there are many geniuses from holy lands around. It'd be quite a tale to tell if both of you are able to fight on this stage." An elder from the Yi clan smiled and said. Many turned their eyes at Yi Futian at that moment. Even Yu Shang turned around and looked as if he was asking for his opinion. Lin Xian had only been made a hallowed disciple after all. If Yu Shang were to simply act and beat him to a pulp, the consequences might have been dire. Yi Futian sensed the eyes around him and knew well that Lin Xian was not the only one who wanted to see Yu Shang. Maybe even he himself fight. Many in the crowd probably shared Yu Shang's thoughts. Yi Futian smiled and said, "If one were to be able to meet someone capable of verifying one's way in cultivation, it would prove to be a helpful opportunity for growth after all. Yu Shang, you may go. If everyone wants to see the show so badly, they shall have their wishes granted then." If Saint Li is able to give silent permission to such a request, then it's only natural that he cares little of the outcome of the fight. Yu Shang nodded and stepped forward, walking up to the stage and eyeing Lin Xian. He then said, "Make your move then." Lin Xian nodded and summoned a gust of terrifying current of rules about him. The sky above the stage changed. True dragons roamed, phoenixes danced, cheetahs howled, and the white tigers roared. It seemed as if Lin Xian was able to take forms of a myriad of beasts. An extremely terrifying gleam was seen bursting from Lin Xian's eyes all of a sudden. He leapt into the air and came above Yu Sheng like a golden-winged rock. His arms seemed as if they were possessed by true dragons, and in an instant, enormous demon dragon howls were heard as he shot below with claws clad in terrifying power of rules at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked up and took a look at Lin Xian. An imposing aura burst from his body and stood his ground like a mountain. Terrifying demonic currents shot above, and made him look incredibly regal, like a peerless devil. Boom! The demon dragon shot down with lethal intent, seemingly aiming to tear Yu Sheng apart. However, a loud boom was heard as Yu Sheng's body became clad with terrifying aura. He simply let the dragon come at him and penetrate his body. Many were startled to find that the demon dragon was slowly being devoured by Yu Sheng's body, growing increasingly weak. Lin Xian's expression hardly changed. He shot beneath along the dragon's body, with frightening killing light coursing about him. The white tiger coiled around his body as he brought his all-wrecking palm attack to bear. The huge white tiger's body shot down with lethal intent, banging hard on Yu Sheng's body, but still it failed to break Yu Sheng's physical defense. Lin Xian's expression wavered somewhat, but at that moment, an imposing gleam was seen in Yu Sheng's eyes as he held his arm high and launched a punch at the air. Lin Xian dodged and shot up like a rock at blinding speeds. However, with that punch from Yu Sheng, came an incredibly powerful might, which seemed to have swallowed the space before him. Nothing was able to escape the punch's power. The resulting aura was incredibly frightening. The demonic punch traveled through the air and landed hard on Lin Xian's body. An explosion was heard in the air and many saw Lin Xian's body flying even faster, heading for the edge of the stage before crashing down hard. He stood and looked pale. Blood was seen from Lin Xian's mouth as he grunted. He was thoroughly shuddered. He had always taken himself to be peerlessly talented, yet that punch he just took seemed to have shrouded the entire space around him. Its power was so immense that it seemed like it was able to break space itself. So that's the prowess of the champion of the nine-state form then? Saint Li looked completely calm and hardly found that to be surprising. While he had indeed made Lin Xian a hallowed disciple, but he were to be able to best the champion of the nine-state form just like that, the title of champion would have been worthless. Yu Sheng took a look at Lin Xian with calm expression, and then turned around to look at the crowd of the Yi clan. His eyes fell onto Yu Sheng and then said, "What level of training are you at?" Yu Sheng's pupils dilated somewhat as he locked gazes with Yu Sheng. "Is he trying to challenge me here?" "Mid-level sage." Yu Sheng said coldly and added, "You want to challenge me?" "Challenge? You're far from worthy of that." Yu Sheng then said plainly, "Get out there in this instance." Yu Sheng's words made many froze. It was apparent that Yu Sheng's show of utter disrespect to Yi Futian early remained a thorn at Yu Sheng's side. He intended to make that so-called genius from the Yi clan get out of there in shame. Chapter 863. Many looked at Yi Sheng with amused looks. That genius from the Yi clan had verbally provoked Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not take him seriously and simply claimed that he was far from qualified. Many looked at Yi Sheng with amused looks. That genius from the Yi clan had verbally provoked Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not take him seriously and simply claimed that he was far from qualified. And now, the champion of the nine-state forum asked for him to get out personally. Yu Sheng's prowess and status made him far more eligible to do so. Yi Sheng was seen getting up. He looked nonchalant and unperturbed while doing so, yet his eyes were sharp and unforgiving. A sliver of formless aura expanded and his robe billowed as he walked out. A very sharp will was shot at the direction of the stage. Golden brilliance was seen gleaming from his body as soon as he took the first step. Searing fires danced about him as if he was burning under the hot sun. When Yi Sheng stepped up to the stage, his bearing was cranked to the extreme as terrifying currents washed about in his surroundings. A golden gleam was seen in his eyes as if he was able to see through everything. He went on to lock Yushang down right there and then, displaying his impressively powerful spiritual will. The champion of the nine-state form? Yishang glared at Yushang and continued with incredibly pointy words. Will, if this number 1 title of yours is worth anything. He extended his arms as soon as he finished talking. Currents of worldly rules coalesced between his hands and slivers of golden aura. From within his body coalesced into a bow. Golden dragon boa seemed to be howling as dragon boa chi gathered and materialized into the bowstring. Many were able to see that a golden dragon boa seemed to be baring its fangs at the bow between his hands, which was then shot out in a frenzied roar. The dragon boa made its presence known before the arrow was even shot. It brought its impressive might to bear while lashing out at Yushang. Slivers of golden fiery aura permeated the air, as if the arrow was meant to tear through space and take down mountains, rivers, and even the sun. Yushang stood firmly like a mountain. Demonic might circled around his body and expanded around the stage. The space seemed to be at the verge of being devoured by that very demonic might. It was a terribly imposing scene to behold. Yushang seemed to have grown taller and even more imposing, as if he was possessed by a devil. The golden dragon boa was infused with terrifying offensive powers as it crashed onto Yushang's body. However, dark golden demonic currents seemed to have eroded the golden boa's currents bit by bit like a black hole. Devouring rules? Someone asked under their breath. No, not devouring rules. Demonizing rules. He displayed that before during the 9-state forum, someone answered. It was a power that was even more imposing than devouring rules. Yishang was seen bursting with greater brilliance. Countless golden boas danced and bared their fangs as they circled the bow and arrow. The resulting aura was frightening. Yishang was being shrouded by the towering force, making him look like a god of archery. His eyes were incredibly sharp as his spiritual will was infused into the bow and arrow. The bowstring moved, the dragon boa howled and his surroundings trembled. A golden beam of light shot through the air and came right before its target. The golden dragon boa lashed out at full force, seemingly bringing the might of the heavens and earth to crush everything before it. Yushang seemed to have hallucinated at the moment. The arrow did not only penetrate his physical body, but an arrow seemed to have formed in his spiritual will, seemingly out to destroy his willpower. It felt terrifying. However, he simply remained standing where he was, unmoved as his incredibly frightening devil battle form materialized. Its huge palm lashed out, causing all who witnessed it to tremble. Is he trying to take on Yishang's arrow of destruction with his very own body? The arrows of the Yi clan were weapons capable of penetrating everything. Everything, regardless of physical body or spiritual will, were doomed to crumble as soon as the arrow was released. Few were capable of rivaling such might. However, Yushang simply extended his hand to take the arrow. While there was no doubt about his status as the champion of the 9-state form and his body, tempered by the ways of the demons, was nigh indestructible, many were still thinking nonetheless if he was overestimating himself, and had thought too little of Yishang's powers. Boom! A loud boom was heard, reverberating in the minds of all within earshot. The arrow reached its target. An incredibly blinding beam seemed to have penetrated the battle form's hand and tore through Yushang's body, as the might of the arrow was felt. However, that scene proved to be little more than an illusion of their expectations. A piercing, screeching noise was heard as the dragon boa howled in frenzy. That arrow, which supposedly was imbued with terrifying power of rules capable of penetrating everything, simply rubbed against the hand, incapable of breaking through. Furthermore, the arrow's golden light seemed to gradually dim, until the arrow disintegrated into dots of light. Some power indeed. Many shuddered at the scene. Yishang's expression flinched slightly. Currents of greater might coalesced, but at that very moment, Yushang was seen stepping forward. Boom! The stage shook and the steps might rang within Yishang's mind. He felt incredibly terrifying power of the great rules throwing its weight about his surrounding, shrouding his body and omnipresent. What kind of power is this? Distress welled within Yishang's heart. Yushang's impossible might seem to have thoroughly exceeded his expectations. He was not the only one who felt shocked, as even his seniors were shocked at what had transpired. The very reason why Saintly had not stopped Lin Xian from challenging Yushang was because he wanted to see if the champion of the 9-state forum truly deserved his title, and how far said champion would have been able to go. There was no way the saint would have expected Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yu Sheng right there and then. Lin Xian failed to do so and Yi Sheng fell short as well. While he was a genius hailing from the Yi clan, but there were still a handful from the clan who were capable of overpowering Yi Sheng. If he was indeed capable of defeating Yu Sheng, the title of champion would have been far less worthy than he had expected from what was told in the rumors. However, it was common for geniuses training in the Holy Lands to have faith reaching the skies in themselves. There was simply no way for Yi Sheng to know where he stood if he were to not be put in his place in such a manner. Boom! Yet another step was taken. Yi Sheng felt his heart was trembling and his veins howling. His spiritual will was completely overpowered by then. The figure that stood in front of him was no longer a junior of the younger generations, but a devil of unparalleled might. It was a being that hailed straight from ancient battlefields, bringing all-encompassing, invincible demonic might to bear on everything around it. Yi Sheng never felt such power emanating from any of his peers, and was never overpowered in the realm of martial will. Even the most powerful few from his clan were probably unable to bring that much to bear, if they were to be at the same plane as he was. Many from the Yi clan frowned at that moment. The elder generations looked sharp. None of them stepped out to stop Yi Sheng when he provoked Yi Futian, and they shared St. Li's intentions in their inaction. They wanted Yi Sheng to test for himself. If he was able to win, then his opponent would have been wholly undeserving of the lauded title. If he were to lose, it would have enabled Yi Sheng to learn his lesson. However, they all felt at the moment that Yu Sheng's powers might have exceeded their expectations. It seemed that those who had attended the 9-State Forum event before were truthful with their words. Yu Sheng was indeed a genius like no other, and one that was hard to come by in generations. Yi Sheng's spiritual will seemed to have been completely suppressed by his opponent. Some mighty ones from the Yi clan saw it. They felt Yu Sheng's aura to be very imposing. However, they were not standing in Yi Sheng's shoes, and thus were unable to actually sense how powerful that fearsome might was. Boom! Yet another step was taken, and Yi Sheng felt his mind to have been completely shaken. The hands that grasped the bow and arrow wavered. His undoubted belief of victory was gradually being gnawed away. The wavering of faith in himself made Yi Sheng feel completely ashamed. There were many legendary figures hailing from his clan. While he was far from being the most brilliant example, he nonetheless had few rivals among his peers and was quite prestigious in the Summer State. He had beaten a good number of geniuses before, yet his mind actually wavered before the result was even determined. He deemed it to be unforgivable. His eyes turned incredibly determined at that thought. The golden dragon boas howled as they were shot out. The arrows streaked through the air yet again. Beams of light tore through the space as they lashed out at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's pitch-black eyes seemed to have harbored a devil within. His expression was incredibly cold as he took a look at Yi Sheng. If your mind and faith are still intact, then I would simply tear everything apart and leave nothing behind. Yu Sheng lifted his arm and clenched his fist hard. His surrounding space seemed to have been put into lockdown by that imposing might. Yi Sheng felt as if he was looking at devils when he looked into Yu Sheng's eyes, with full intent of bringing down the sky on them. A demon lord seemed to be reigning over the devils within those eyes, who demanded all beneath to worship and submit unconditionally to it. Yi Sheng had no idea why he was seeing a scene like that. It might have something to do with the methods he was training with. However, the methods that the Yi clan trained in were just as powerful and imposing, yet he was unable to fathom why Yu Sheng's methods alone were able to achieve such sky-reaching might, a might that seemed to have demanded everything in existence to submit to said demon lord within. Yu Sheng punched and tore through the space before him. The arrow disintegrated right there and then. Yi Sheng felt as if his chest was being punctured. His body rattled violently and then dropped like a duckweed with its roots severed. Blood spluttered from his mouth and the scene was harrowing. Yi Sheng was unable to even withstand one punch from Yu Sheng. His challenge rendered completely meaningless. The vast space around them turned completely silent. Everyone was finally able to see the champion of the 9-State Forum fight. They wanted to see how capable those who emerged from that year's 9-State Forum were, and they got their wish fulfilled right there and then. The champion was invincible. Yi Futian sat solemnly on the throne below the barren state symbol as he stared at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's prowess at the demonic powers which he trained in turned even more imposing after he broke into Sage Plane. It was as Yi Futian had expected. The further Yu Shang went and the higher his plane became, the more apparent of the fearsome might of the demonic methods became. The force that he brought to bear grew increasingly powerful as well. But then again, that had a lot to do with the methods that he trained with. It was how all methods and techniques worked. Regardless of how powerful and impossible a certain method inherently was, it had little to bring to the table during initial stages. The force exuding from such methods was what one was able to tell the difference in power with. The higher one's plane became, the more destructive one's powers became, and it was only natural that one's display of might became more fearsome as a result. The pain and suffering that Yu Shang had endured all those years from training in the demonic methods were all displayed in the powers he brought to his fights. Yu Shang took another step on the stage and took to the air. He then came down and stepped on Yi Shang's body. The force was so frightening that the floor caved in, yet Yu Shang did not stop there. Yi Shang's body shuddered as he spit out blood again. He felt incredibly helpless before the imposing figure who was stepping on him. His pride, confidence and dignity were crushed to the ground before the eyes of everyone around the stage. Yu Shang stood imposingly over Yi Shang with uncaring, cold eyes and said, "You think you're qualified to ask for a fight from him?" Many shuddered as they knew what Yu Shang meant with those words. Yi Shang had said that Yi Futian was far less qualified to teach him anything. Yu Shang was telling Yi Shang with his actions, who was the one who was unqualified there. Yi Shang was nothing. There were many mighty ones from Yi clan who frowned and some commented, "Palace Lord Yi, I think your people had gone too far here." They did not stop Yi Shang from provoking Yi Futian and did not mind Yi Shang emerging as the loser. However, Yi Shang ended up worse than losing the fight. Yu Shang was destroying Yi Shang's mind and crushing his beliefs. It was a worse fate than losing a fight to most cultivators. Yi Futian looked at the mighty ones from Yi clan with calm eyes and he looked hardly fettered. While Yu Shang had indeed been a little too much on the brutal side, but he did not stop him, just like how the ones from Yi clan did not stop Yi Shang. If all from the 9 states wanted to see how powerful the champion was, then they shall have their wish fulfilled. It was just as how Huangshi put it. What they were doing was to create a new era. If one were to simply be unconditionally patient and humble throughout the entire process of doing so, it would have simply showed others that they were pushovers. Only with true might and determined blood would they have been able to shock the Titans. The sacred war with the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had erupted in such a background after all. There was first Jisheng Cliffs and then the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. If a true sacred war were to not be fought, they would have been other people and holy lands coming out to ask for trouble. If the barren state were to stand, then there was no doubt that some holy lands needed to fall. If there were to be anyone who intended to step on them to achieve their goals, then they shall be stepped on in turn. Yu Shang's temper is indeed a little much and he has indeed gone a little too far. For that, I ask for your forgiveness. Yi Futian smiled at the mighty ones from Yi clan and added plainly, "But then again it was Yi Shang who had been disrespectful to me at first. I never wanted further quarrel with him, but if he insisted in his provocations nonetheless, and he only did so because he wanted a fight, I would consider Yu Shang fulfilling his wish here, and teach him a lesson while Yu Shang is at it as well." I said before that Yu Shang was more than just the champion of the 9-state forum. He would have reigned supreme in such competitions in any era. However, Yi Shang seemed to have overestimated his own capabilities despite being mediocre. I'd say that it was his honor to have been able to fight Yu Shang. The eyes of many froze as Yi Futian finished talking. Yi Shang had been thoroughly humiliated through his crushing defeat at Yu Shang's hands, yet Yi Futian called it to be Yi Shang's honor instead. Chapter 864. His skill was slightly considerable? His skill was slightly considerable? The foot stepped down, crushing Yi Shang into the ground. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. It was definitely a serious injury. And his skill was only slightly considerable? His natural talents were merely average? The Yi clan was in the Summer State, the strongest of the 9 states. Their profound lore had been passed down for many years. There were many influential figures within the Yi clan, and Yi Shang stood out among them. He was even famous among the youths of the 9 states. And his natural talents were merely average? Huff! Yishang spat out a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground, feeling only pain. This battle was too embarrassing for him. Yi Futian's carefree words had left him no place to stand. From now on, when the common people thought of Yishang, who ranked number 1 on the 9 States Forum, they would think of this battle. Yishang stepped on him, bringing his reputation from the Eastern States' 9 States Forum to the Summer State. This is how Lord Yi disciplines his disciples? One of the Yi clan sneered. Yi Futian and Yishang wanted to destroy the proud son of heaven of the Yi clan Yishang. Yi Futian glanced at the person who had just spoken. Before, Yishang had challenged him and the people of the Yi clan had not opened their mouths, indulging his impudence. Naturally, he knew what the Yi clan were thinking. Victory would prove the name of the proud son of heaven of the Yi clan. Trampling him would make a name for him. Defeat would mean they would learn from each other, which would temper their proud son of heaven. If it was like the 9 States College, Sage Luyun would declare a sparring session. He did not mind, but Yishang had deliberately provoked him, sowing discord between him and the 9 States College and ruining Little Butterfly's reputation. Could defeat really just be taken as a lesson? Before they had said nothing, but now they stood up to criticize him? Yi Futian stared at the man who had spoken. Before he could say anything, beside him Sage Dozhan spoke coldly and arrogantly. Since when have you had the right to comment on how my palace lord disciplines his disciples? Yui clan and Yishang were insolent to the palace lord. And now you've all shut up and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Since you won't do it, we'll have to be the ones to teach him how to be a man. The man who had spoken's face went cold. Now Dozhan was about to pass through the catastrophe. He could become a saint or he could lose his life. But in either case, as both an elder of the Holy Land and someone preparing to be a saint, he was of course qualified to question him. At the moment the crowd was silent. No one had thought that the barren state, which had already faced a crisis, would fight the great Zhou sacred dynasty. But facing the Yi clan showed their strong side. This subverted many people's intrinsic ideas. They believed that the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state was too shallow. How could they dare to compete with the Yi clan in the Holy Land of the Summer State? Especially since they already had a great enemy. Even though many people in 9 States College were slightly uneasy, Yi Futian and his people were not like they had been that time at the college. Before, Yi Futian had been a guest at the college and had asked for help. Now he sat upon a throne, was a palace lord, and represented the entire barren state. Heroes of the barren state like Huang Shi Yu Qi and others fought and shed blood, and did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Why? In order to witness a different era, in order to see the rise of the barren state, instead of letting other holy lands bully them. The proud son of heaven of a holy land dared humiliate and provoke the lord of a holy land. Yishang has been defeated. His skill was not good enough. But my disciples of the Yi clan will not bother those from the Holy Ji Palace to teach them. A heroic figure stood up and walked out. Suddenly the wind and clouds surged, and his body was covered in radiance. The will of the laws of heaven and earth flowed, wrapping around his body as he moved towards the platform. I, Yikong of the Yi clan, thank you for this demonstration of power. He stepped across the void in a single step and descended upon the platform. The mighty airflow covered the sky, and the laws turned into law power. A golden dragon roared into the sky, and thousands of arrows came into being at once. A golden bow appeared before him. Yikong. Many eyes gazed at the brilliant figure who stood proudly upon the platform. In the last period, he had been the third-ranked person in the 9 State Forum. The only people ranked above him had been Tong He of 9 State College, and one of the supernatural talents of the Xia clan. Now Yikong was a lower-level sage, and had already reached the second level of the sage plane. Although he was not as good as Tong He, his speed of advancing through the plains was unparalleled. Yusheng looked up at Yikong and saw him pulling the bowstring. In a flash, all the bowstrings that appeared in the sky trembled at once, and a terrible shocking force swept out and pressed down on Yusheng. Twang! A sound rang out as the bowstrings trembled. A great deal of power gathered together into a ray of light. It arced across the sun and pierced through the void. As he felt its power, Yusheng's power became monstrous. His Buddha pure body was like a demon and was indestructible. A burst of sound rang out. The magnificent brilliance shot towards Yusheng without the slightest deviation, and all the power fell upon him. None of it was lost on the way, and it thereby spread down to Yusheng. Yusheng only felt a horrible shock on his body, driving him back. In a flash, his body seemed to have borne thousands of shock attacks, and cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed. Boom! Yusheng's foot fell once again. He had retreated 100 meters, and the power of the arrows dissipated. Yikong floated down and gave Yusheng to the cultivators of the Yi clan. Then he looked at Yusheng once again. Yusheng held his fists together, and then an even wilder force swept out. Even though his opponent was on the sage plane, he was still not afraid of him at all. He wanted to challenge him face to face. The gap between you and me is quite large. Yusheng dusted off his sleeves and looked at the stone tablet upon the platform. Lord Yi, how is your cultivation coming along? Yi Futian looked at Yikong and then saw that Yusheng wanted to fight again. Yusheng, he said. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and only saw him nod slightly. Yi Futian then looked at the person in front of him and said, Ing. Ing looked back at Yi Futian with eyes shining with stubbornness. Although he had followed the rest of Tombkeeper village into the palace, that didn't mean that he would surrender to Yi Futian and obey his orders. He had come just because his teacher was there. Qin Zhuang was his master, and the village chief had also taught him. Go, Yi Futian said indifferently. He looked into his eyes. At that moment, as Yi Futian sat on the throne, his talent was revealed. Ing only felt a powerful aura emanating. He was like a mountain and like an emperor. There was no refusing him. Let me see your pride, said Yi Futian, and he continued to look forward. Ing looked deeply at Yi Futian, but he still got up and turned around. When he saw Yikong, his stubborn eyes flashed. Since he wanted to see it, let him see his pride. Ing was the most talented cultivator from Tombkeeper village beside Yaya. This was recognized by the village chief. Ing stepped onto the platform and the gold-feathered rock appeared. It wrapped around him and golden light pierced everyone's eyes. A terrible spatial storm swept out, and it was extremely sharp. In a flash, Yikong felt bursts of pressure. He looked into Ying's eyes, which had suddenly become imposing. He felt the power of space laws. This person was very strong. The power of the laws of heaven and earth roared, resonated, and transformed into bows and arrows. The bowstrings trembled. Countless bows clanked around Yikong's body. They were ready for action after having accumulated power. Ying's figure disappeared from where it had been. Yikong frowned. He slapped at the void without hesitation, and the bows around him trembled. A burst of shocking rule power swept out, trying to shatter everything in that space. Ing suddenly appeared close to him, as if he had been suppressed by that terrible shocking rule power. His hand shot forward and seemed to turn into a real golden rock which tore through the air. An incomparably brilliant radiance bloomed, and Ying's body spiraled upwards. He spread his wings and soared. Yikong's expression was unchanged and he continued to wave his hands. His mighty rule power covered the sky and countless arrows crossed through the void, shooting towards Ing. Each arrow contained terrible penetrating power and shocking power. The golden-winged rock crossed the void like a golden afterimage. Suddenly it disappeared. The next time it appeared, it was directly above Yikong's head, and it swooped down trying to split the space apart. Yikong's life spirit turned into a bow and arrow, and the bowstring was drawn back in an instant. A dazzling brilliance shot through everything, and all the arrows followed it. His archery annihilated everything. Everything in the void was destroyed. But then a giant golden sword appeared in front of the rock. It was shaped like a golden rock and was divided into 9 parts. The sword sliced down, colliding with Yikong's attack. The dazzling brilliance made it difficult for people to see the battle, but they all had one thought in their mind. These two were very strong, both Yikong and Ing of the Holy Ji Palace. Had the Holy Ji Palace really grown this powerful? Any one of their cultivators chosen at random were at the top of their generation and could be at the top of the rankings of the 9 states. Both of them attacked with everything they had. They collided countless times in an instant. Another dazzling radiance spiraled into the air as the golden rock shot across the void once again. It pierced through the destructive rule power of the arrows and shot towards Yikong. The sword and the bow collided. They both shook as the rock's claws continued forward without any hesitation. hitting Yikong's body. There was a cutting sound and blood burst forth. Yikong's body flew backward, and his clothing was torn. Blood spurted out. It was truly a terrible sight. The golden light spiraled up into the air and the rock turned back into ink. He cast a cold glance at Yikong, then spread his wings and flew back to the crowd of people from the Holy Ji Palace, landing back in his seat. Yikong of the Yi clan had come out and repelled Yushang. And then Ying had appeared and defeated him once again. Two great proud sons of heaven of the Yi clan had been defeated that day. They had been suppressed by the powers of the Holy Ji Palace. Even though their foundations were deep, because Yishang had looked down on the barren state and provoked the palace lord, they had suffered a terrible defeat. Yi Futian still sat on his throne, looking quite normal. The Holy Ji Palace still lacked some depth, but some of the people that they did have were top talents. In time, the disciples of the barren state would rebuke the 9 states. By then a single wave of his sleeve would be enough to move the wind and clouds of the 9 states. Chapter 865. Yikong stood upon the platform as unmoving as a statue. Yikong stood upon the platform, as unmoving as a statue. The wind blew upon his wounds, making him feel cold. He had come out strong, only to be defeated by some no-name from the barren state. Before this, no one had heard the naming before. However, his opponent could control many kinds of rule powers. He had a lot of power as he had personally experienced. His defeat was not unfair. Just he had said of Yishang before, he was simply not good enough. Countless gazes were fixed on Yikong as he stood there unmoving. The summer state was the strongest of the 9 states. The 4 top Holy Land forces of the summer state were all in the top 10 of the 9 states. The Yi clan was the same way. But today when the Yi clan fought the Holy Ji Palace, they had lost twice. Many people looked at Ying again. His name would soon be well known. Ying, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. It could truly be said that this time, the Yi clan had hurt their own reputation. Both battles had been open and above board, and they had been directly suppressed. What could they complain about? At this time, several figures descended quietly and landed in front of Yi Futian. It was the village chief, Qin Zhuang, and the others who had returned. They had escorted Yu Qi and the others to the herb garden and had just gotten back. They noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Did St. Zhang Sr. promise to help? Yi Futian did not look at Yikong anymore as he questioned the village chief. Little Butterfly and the undying old man had not come back. They were probably in the herb garden looking after the wounded. Yeah. The village elder nodded slightly, and Yi Futian relaxed. If St. Zhang got involved, even if he got seriously injured again, he could be saved. St. Zhang was a saint. The power of the divine path to heal sages naturally did not need to be mentioned. Many people heard the conversation between Yi Futian and the village chief. Although it was a simple inquiry, they all knew what St. Zhang's attitude was like. He had already promised to treat him. With St. Zhang's habit of not asking about outside affairs too much, it was only because he admired Yi Futian a little bit that he had agreed to help. Otherwise, St. Zhang had no need to show compassion to anyone. The Holy Ji Palace, which had once been neglected and looked down upon, had quietly risen and entered the field of vision of the people of the 9 states. It was even possible to say that them sitting on an equal level with any of the other holy lands was not blasphemy. You still haven't withdrawn. A voice came towards Yikong, who still stood on the platform. Yikong trembled when he heard this voice. Even when he turned back to where the Yi clan was, he still did not calm down. After this battle, he would make a thorough inspection of his cultivation. I had heard that the barren state was number 1 in the 9 state form with the most overall strength. I see now that this reputation was well deserved. Yishang was wildly arrogant and provoked Lord Yi. Lord Ye's man taught him a lesson as he should. The voice came out from the Yi clan once again, making everyone look uneasy. The one who would dare to speak like this was naturally an important figure in the Yi clan. It was the one who was generally acknowledged as the number 1 of the young generation, Yi Yang. In his time, Yi Yang had defeated countless talents in the summer state. There were only a few people of the same generation who were as revered as him. One example was Lin Shubai, a contender to succeed the president of 9 State College. The two of them were of the same generation. Yang was now on the sage plane. However, most people would not have thought that Yang of the Yi clan would stand before Yi Futian and admit Yishang's fault. Yi Futian also wore a different expression. He looked at Yang. The Yi clan's attitude had changed. What was this man's intent? In the land of the 9 states, the barren state was quite weak and its name was almost expunged from the lists. However, ever since Lord Yi burst onto the scene, the power of the barren state has been revealed. His name is known throughout the 9 states, and he commands the wind and clouds with a wave of his hand. Now that Lord Yi has come to the summer state, many people, including my disciples of the Yi clan, are very curious about what kind of person Lord Yi is. Yang continued, at the 9-state forum, you instructed the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhou Ya, and at 9-state college you defeated the disciple Duan Qinghe. You have only personally gotten involved a few times, but every time you have, it has been astonishing. Now all of us from the summer state happen to be here at just the right time. There are countless refined and tasteful characters here, and presumably, they all want to see on the noble plane what level is this Lord Yi, who has risen to become the leader of the barren state's talent at. Yang had unintentionally said what many people had held in their hearts. Many people of refinement had come from the 4 holy lands, but Yi Futian had not revealed his skill. Yu Shang and then Ying had defeated the proud sons of heaven. Yi Futian, the true ruler of the barren state, was not even 30. How strong was he really? How did he compare to the top talents of the 4 great holy lands? When Yang finished speaking, many powerful figures looked at Yi Futian. They indeed wanted him to show his skills. What do you all think? Yang looked indifferently at the people from the various holy lands. Obviously, it hadn't been Yang who had gotten tangled up with Yi Futian, because it had been Yi Shang who had been unreasonable at first. And since he had lost both battles, what was there to say? Now he wanted to see what kind of person this palace lord who had revealed his talents was. As Yang finished speaking, he saw a figure from the direction of 9-state college say, when Lord Yi descended upon the college, I was practicing outside, and so I missed that sparring match. If I have the opportunity today, I would like to spar with him. Many people looked towards 9-state college. The speaker was a hallowed disciple of the divine path of the college, Su He. Although he was only on the sage plane, his reputation was great. The people of 9-state college said that besides Tong He and Lin Shubai, Su He was the most talented in the college. And if he advanced just a little, he would have a chance to compete with Tong He. One could see Su He's talent by the fact that Duan Qinghe, who Yi Futian had defeated, was weaker than him. When cultivating the great path, to have an opponent of the same generation can be regarded as quite lucky. Another voice rang out. Many people looked towards the summer state. A peerless proud son of heaven was the one speaking. He was clearly also interested in Yi Futian. Xia Hong would also like to fight with Yi Futian. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Xia Hong was famous when he was on the noble plane. The Xia clan had high hopes for him, and he had not disappointed them. He had never met an enemy at the same level as him and lost. Now he was also on the sage plane. Otherwise he would not have spoken. Today these people all wanted to show their strength on the same stage. If I have a chance, I'd like to learn from Lord Ye's power as well. A cultivator spoke from the direction of the Yu clan. Everyone looked at him and felt only a bit of numbness. He was also an extraordinary figure. Of course, would someone who was not an extraordinary figure who wanted to spar with Yi Futian have the courage to speak up? Even these top talents would have difficulty achieving victory against Yi Futian. But even so, they wanted to fight no matter if they won or lost. People's hearts were beating fast. They had thought today 9-States College would call its disciples to fight. In addition, it was possible that Sage Dojan of the Barren State would break through the divine catastrophe, and therefore all eyes were fixed on 9-State City. But no one had thought that before this there would be an astonishing interlude. Does everyone want me to show my hand so badly? Yi Futian saw a line of figures walking out of the crowd. He was ready to make trouble, but he still sat in his throne. He swept his gaze over all of them. Their words were putting pressure on him. No one said anything, they just walked towards the battle platform. There was nothing that could be said. Looking at those extremely famous figures, Those surrounding the platform began to breathe rapidly. It seemed that they would force Yi Futian to fight. "They're here, Yi Futian. Are you going to fight?" An invisible pressure descended upon the barren state's place. The disciples of the barren state looked cold and detached, and really quite impressive. They could naturally see that the cultivators from the various holy lands were putting pressure on Yi Futian with their challenges. But Yi Futian still smiled with his eyes, his expression as light as the breeze. He got up slowly and stepped forward, and everyone's eyes moved with him. His every step seemed to touch people's hearts. Would the legendary palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace fight? Looking at the powerful figures on the platform, even a legendary palace lord might feel a bit uneasy. Yi Futian walked out step by step and then stepped on the platform. He looked around at the warriors from the Holy Lands and slowly said, "Although I am of the same generation as you all, I am the palace lord of a holy land. That makes me a higher rank than you. If I were to fight you, it would be like the strong bullying the weak. Thus anyone who wants to train can step out. Today we will all train together." Everyone was shocked by his words. He would face them all alone. They looked at that proud figure that had left the world of men. He seemed to be saying that of everyone in his generation in the vast land of the 9 states, he stood on his own level. Everyone else was on a different level. Chapter 866. At that moment on the battle platform, Yi Futian stood alone in one corner while the other Holy Land's geniuses stood in another corner, all staring at him. Yi Futian's words had not been wrong. They were born in the same generation, but from their statuses, Yi Futian was a palace lord, so he was naturally their senior. As such, it was only to be expected that Yi Futian would not stoop down to battle with them. At that moment on the battle platform, Yi Futian stood alone in one corner while the other Holy Land's geniuses stood in another corner, all staring at him. Yi Futian's words had not been wrong. They were born in the same generation, but from their statuses, Yi Futian was a palace lord, so he was naturally their senior. As such, it was only to be expected that Yi Futian would not stoop down to battle with them. It would be demeaning to him. However, Yi Futian had proudly claimed that he would teach the geniuses today. That way, he could display the dignity of a Holy Land's leader. However, from the Holy Land's geniuses' perspectives, it was a display of insufferable arrogance. Xia Hong, the Xia clan's elite genius. Su He, the 9 state college's hallowed disciple. Yu Yunsheng, a peerless figure from the Yu clan. His great path-sealing rule power was matchless and had sealed off many geniuses from the same generation in the past, rendering them powerless. Yi Xing, a sage plain genius, also stepped out from the Yi clan. He was also a figurehead of the Yi clan's younger generation. Any one of these people would be enough to shake up a region. However, Yi Futian would spar with all of them by himself. As the strongest state in the 9 states, the Summer State's 4 Holy Lands all had one representative step out and stand before Yi Futian. Who else is there? Yi Futian looked around at the people from the various Holy Lands and said nonchalantly, "I have already said, since you want to see me in action, I will spar with you all at once. However, this is the last chance. I do not want to see anyone come forward after this battle." He would not bother to further partake in the Summer State's geniuses' charades. The 4 of them represent the Summer State's 4 Holy Land's strongest sages. There is no need for anyone else, an expert from the Xia clan said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The 4 geniuses were enough to represent them. If Yi Futian could crush them, even if they sent people with higher cultivation levels into battle, it would just be the Holy Lands bullying him. Who does Palace Lord Yi wish to challenge first? The Xia clan's genius Xia Hong looked at Yi Futian and asked. His shirt puffed up as his aura was imposing. Yi Futian looked casually at Xia Hong and replied, "Since I started cultivating, I have been undefeated not just in my own cultivation level but even one level higher. Now that I am an upper-level sage, it would be too much of a handicap to challenge sages one by one. Previously, I said that I will take you all on together. Don't worry too much about the result." The surrounding crowd all held their breaths in anticipation. Yi Futian was going to challenge all 4 geniuses from the Holy Lands by himself. What made them speechless was the confidence in his voice. Undefeated even by cultivators one level higher and not worrying about the result. He was hinting the four geniuses that even the four of them together stood no chance. He would teach them today that the outcome was already predetermined, and they need not take it to heart. Their reputations all preceded them. As geniuses that dominated their generation, they were hard-pressed to even find an opponent. Even by standing there, they could stir the hearts of countless people. However, in Yi Futian's eyes, geniuses in the same generation were not even worthy of his attention. No matter how unparalleled and dominant over their generation they were in the summer state, they were all not worth mentioning before the holy Ji Palace Lord. He himself was the pinnacle. No person in his generation could stand alongside him. How many people in the 9 states could have the same pride that he had? Since Palace Lord Yi put it this way, there is no need for you all to be held down by your statuses. Go forth and unleash your greatest strength, Saintly also said calmly. As the leader of a holy land, Yu Shang, Ying, and many other extraordinary figures were willing to take orders from him. The Barren State's will was united, and even the St. Plain Tombkeeper village chief was willing to follow by his side. It was a given that he was matchless in the Barren State. Even within his generation, he would be hard-pressed to find an opponent in the 9 states. Since Yi Futian was already an upper-level sage, one person was probably not enough to deal with him. Although the 4 geniuses were unhappy, feeling the pride emitting from Yi Futian, they understood that they could not afford to underestimate him. The person before them was likely the strongest person on the same plane they would ever meet. Wisps of threatening aura erupted as the Yi clan's Yi Xing released his life spirit. Countless arrows appeared before him and a terrifying aura locked onto Yi Futian. Before this, the Yi clan had lost both battles, so he could not afford to take this battle lightly. Golden dragon boas coiled around the bows like real-blooded dragons, and the entire area turned golden. As the bows vibrated, the arrows shot through the air and the dragon arrows tore through everything, rushing towards Yi Futian. The golden dragon boas bared their sharp teeth and attempted to swallow Yi Futian in one gulp. Around Yi Futian, wisps of light flowed like starry brilliance. The golden dragon boas reached him in an instant, their giant bodies swallowing him up. However, Yi Futian stood there calmly as though he did not see anything. With a thunderous sound, the arrows shot through the air onto Yi Futian's body, the dragon boas drowning out his body. Many people's hearts pounded furiously. Did he just withstand it with his body? Was he out of his mind? Although they knew that Yi Futian was very strong, underestimating Yi Xing this much was being too overconfident. The destructive rule power overwhelmed Yi Futian in an instant. However, at that moment, there was light flowing around his body, and every part of his body contained a terrifying force, resisting the invasion of the rule power. It caused the rule power within his body to dissipate into nothingness, just like the time when he had tested medicine. A blinding light emitted as the arrows disappeared along with the golden dragon boas. In the brilliant golden light, a figure continued to stand silently with a glow around his body, looking like a god. Yi Futian originally cultivated in body enhancement techniques, and his body was already extremely strong. In the 81 days of testing medicine, he had gone through 9 rites of passage, and each time, a different force tempered his body. His bone, flesh, and every atom in his body had been activated and contained extremely strong resistance and recovery abilities. Now, with his body, it was difficult for anyone to stand up to him in the same cultivation level. There was probably only one person in the 9 states who was his equal in physique, and that person would never battle against him. If the 3 of you don't strike now, you won't have another chance. Yi Futian looked at the other 3 geniuses and said indifferently. Around the battle platform, countless people were astonished. Was he really that strong? He had fended off Yi Xing's attacks with his body and completely ignored them. The other 3 experts were also shocked, but they were not shaken. As the elites of their holy land, their frame of mind was naturally very firm. The stronger Yi Futian was, the more meaningful this battle would be. The Yu clan's expert Yu Yunxing stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian. In an instant, Yi Futian felt the scenery around him change and everything in the world seemed to be flowing. Boundless spiritual qi gathered and roared at him while 5 elemental gods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared in the 5 major directions, surrounding him. In an instant, Yi Futian felt the spiritual qi around him being drained while a layer of frost covered the earth, Giant mountains crashed down on him and golden pillars trapped him in. The 5 elements sealing techniques. The crowd was all in dismay as they mumbled. The area that Futian was trapped in looked like an apocalypse as all forces were sealed within it. Yu Yunsheng was already able to use the Yu clan sealing techniques to such a terrifying extent. Not just that, but Futian also felt the use of eye sorcery as the same image appeared in his brain. The opponent was attempting to seal his spiritual energy as well. A terrifying storm appeared in his eyes as though there was a thunder raid going on. It pierced through the air and Yu Yunsheng's spiritual will was uneasy, and his eyes looked as though they were about to be swallowed by Futian's eyes. He retracted his strength and did not continue using his will to attack. Futian clenched his fists and the light around his body flowed. The area around him started to slow down, as though everything was about to come to a halt. He stretched out his arm and clenched his fist. Instantly, a tremendous pressure swept in front of him and without hesitation, Futian punched out into the air. The Great Path's rule power fist fired in an arc and every atom of light turned into a starry fist, heading towards every corner of the sealed area. The heavens trembled as the space exploded and everything turned to dust. At that moment, the Xia clan's expert Xia Hong stepped forward with pure-blooded dragons surrounding him. He stretched out his arm and grabbed into the air. In an instant, a domineering attracting rule power latched onto Futian. The golden dragon rushed towards Futian, tearing through the air. Futian looked coldly at Xia Hong and did not resist the attraction rule power, allowing it to attract him and travel at rapid speeds towards Xia Hong. Seeing the divine dragon bellowing towards him, he struck out with his fist and the dragon's body shattered while the divine aurora from the fist continued to head towards Xia Hong. Xia Hong's expression paled as a repelling rule power erupted, keeping Futian at bay. At the same time, Xing's arrows shot through the air again. The geniuses had finally started to attack together. In an instant, the entire area fell to a halt. The arrows became exceptionally slow and Futian's left hand stretched out towards Xing, clenching his hand. The arrows were all buried within his starry brilliance. His right hand changed direction and moved towards the sealed area. It crashed into one of his stars and a huge explosion happened in the air. A figure was sent flying by the impact, spurting out blood. It was Xing turning around. Futian looked at the other 3 experts and they were all standing in one place. Seeing this, Futian stepped forward and an invisible pressure engulfed the area. In prison, Xia Hong said coldly. The attracting and repelling rule powers erupted at the same time on Futian's body. In that instant, Futian felt his body being imprisoned and found it hard to even move. At the same time, the hallowed disciple Su He let out a formidable glow from his eyes. Futian felt a godlike figure standing before him, putting immense pressure on him and trying to stop his movements. It was a spiritual attack. Yu Yunsheng's sealing techniques activated once again and sealed off the area Futian was in. The 3 experts had struck at the same time to keep Futian rooted to his location. Futian was too overbearing. His physique and offensive ability were all matchless. However, at that moment, a blinding light shot out from Futian's eyes and he looked towards the 3 of them. In an instant, they felt as though a god had appeared in their heads. It was dignified, tall and arrogant. They needed to prostrate themselves as though they were facing an emperor. A terrifying spiritual will attack rushed into their heads and clashed with their spiritual wills, causing their expressions to pale. Next, Futian, who was supposed to be frozen in place, stepped forward. Just that one step was enough to cause their hearts to pound furiously. Futian continued stepping forward and the 3 of them felt an immense pressure crushing down on them. In the 9 states, heroes are born in every generation and geniuses are aplenty. Every generation has its figures that are famous throughout the world. I look forward to seeing who will be able to leave their name throughout the 9 states in this generation and stand above his generation to enter the Saint Plane. Futian said calmly, then continued stepping forward. He then said in a loud voice, "These geniuses, I wonder which state, which holy land they will come from. The Xia clan, the 9th state college, or my barren state. I will witness all this as the barren state's holy Ji palace lord." As his voice landed, he took another step forward and punched out into the air. It landed on the sealed area and the heavens shook and transformed into a terrifying wave, sweeping across the air. The three geniuses humphed and coughed up a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying. The vast area fell silent. The four geniuses were no match for Futian. If they were truly battling, they would definitely be crushed. The three of them had joined forces but had been imprisoned by Futian and injured with one punch. Futian had claimed that heroes were born in the 9 states every generation, and he would witness who they were as the Holy Ji Palace Lord. This meant that in the fight to see who could dominate their generation, he would only witness and not participate. What admirable spirit! Chapter 867. What did it mean to be a witness? What did it mean to be a witness? People like Saint Li, Saint Xia, and the great Zhou Sacred King, who had entered the Saint Plain and controlled a holy land. They were fit to be witnesses, to watch the ever-changing world and witness the rising up of geniuses in the generation. Although Futian was the palace lord of a holy land, he had yet to enter the Saint Plain and was considered part of the younger generation. If it was the former, he would be a witness. If it was the latter, he would be competing against his generation. Evidently, the majority of the people in the 9 states saw Futian as the latter, and not the palace lord of a holy land. As such, they had incited Futian to spar. The geniuses wanted to personally spar with Futian, and the older generation wanted to see how strong Futian was compared to the geniuses from their holy lands. Everyone had treated Futian as part of the younger generation. However, at that moment, Futian was proclaiming to them that he was the lord of a holy land and only needed to watch the changes and watch the geniuses battle it out. He was a generation by himself, so he did not need to duke it out with the 9 states geniuses. Around the battle platform, countless gazes fixed on Futian. There was a light flowing around him and he looked unparalleled, as though nobody could rival him. There were many geniuses who felt that Futian was too arrogant, but they had no way to disprove him. It was true that he was the palace lord of a holy land. When he took over the reins of the barren state's Holy Ji Palace, it had been weak and Jisheng cliffs could easily push it around. Now, facing the great Zhou sacred dynasty, they went into a sacred war and in their 2 confrontations, had fought them off once and obtained victory in the other. He had made his claim as the Holy Ji Palace Lord, so who could refute him? Moreover, he had swept the 4 Holy Lands geniuses by himself. Who could match that? If fighting Zhouya on the 9-state forum was not proof enough, he had shown his mastery in the matrix in the Nether Sword Mound, and today, on the 9-state platform, Futian had shown the world that he had what it took to stand at the pinnacle of the 9 states. How many people in the 9 states could stand up to him? Today's battles had seen the uprising of 2 other prodigies in the 9 states, Futian and Yusheng. Even Ying had earned himself that right as well. Futian turned around and went back to the barren tablet throne. The 4 geniuses also stepped back into their own holy lands. Previously, Futian had given them all a chance and agreed to one battle. Since nobody stood out, there would naturally be no one else who would challenge him today. The 9-state platform was a huge event for the 9-state college to take in disciples, but it had helped Futian and Yusheng to attain fame instead. The barren state had once again shown its incredible potential. At that moment, the barren state's experts all stood around the throne with solemn expressions, sharing in the glory. In the past, the barren state was alienated from the 9 states. When facing people from other holy states in the 9 states, they would not have confidence. This was evident back then when the Jisheng Cliffs Kongyao brought Qin Zhong to the Holy Ji Palace. However, at present, no matter where they were, they could confidently say where they were from. Although there would be a fierce battle coming up in the near future, the barren states people were not afraid. With their current lineup of cultivators under the Saint Plain, the Holy Ji Palace was confident that they would not be weaker than the great Zhou sacred dynasty. No longer would they have the panic they had before the sacred war. They had an extremely strong belief that the barren state would definitely win the sacred war. At that moment, their greatest crisis was Sage Dozhan. The great Zhou sacred king was already keeping a close watch on them. Now the Holy Ji Palace was standing out so much as well. The great Zhou sacred king would definitely not let them go and would definitely aim to kill Sage Dozhan. However, even if misfortune befell Sage Dozhan, the Holy Ji Palace would not collapse. It would rise up one day under Yi Futian's leadership and trample the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. In the 2 battles of the Sacred War, how many people died? Who could be sure that they would not die? Even people as strong as Yu Qi and Sage Jingang had been seriously injured. They naturally hoped that the barren state would have a second saint to watch over the palace. However, even if things turned out for the worst, it would not waver their conviction. Sage Dozhan must have had the same conviction. Back then, in the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, he had said something along these lines. Around the battle platform, all the Holy Lands looked towards the barren state's direction. The figures beside Yi Futian all had determined expressions. War was sometimes the best motivation. The Sacred War had caused a transformation in the barren state. Their wills had united and everyone fought for a common belief. The experts around the 9-state platform could feel the atmosphere around the people from the barren state. Saint Li opened his mouth and said, "Today has come to an end, you may leave now." As Saint Li's voice landed, there was a slight bustle among the crowd, but many people continued sitting there, as though waiting for something. In the outer regions, many experts moved towards the center like an army, heading towards where the Great Zhou Sacred King was. A subtle mood was spreading, signaling the coming of a storm. Many experts stepped back and vacated their positions. In the barren state's direction, there were people moving as well. Many experts started to move into position, gathering near Yi Futian. The elite figures stood beside Yi Futian and Sage Dozhan, taking precautions against the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts. Saint Li had already announced that the 9 state colleges' matters had ended. What would happen next would be the grudge between the 2 holy lands. "Master, if you want to return to the palace before summoning the divine catastrophe, we will escort you back," Yi Futian said in a soft voice. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had received news that his master had come to the 9-state college, so the Great Zhou Sacred King had personally led his men and moved his army to the 9-state city, evidently trying to keep them all here. Therefore, everything after that had happened. The village chief and Qin Zhuang had gone to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to impede them, and the Holy Ji Palace had sent troops to ambush them. All his plans had been for today. Now they all knew his master's condition. He was unable to use any strength. Once he used any rule power, the divine catastrophe would be summoned. Since the Great Zhou Sacred King had set up an inescapable net, he naturally wanted to force Sage Dozhan to summon the divine catastrophe and enter the Saint Plane to kill him. "No need, since they want to see it, I'll do it here," Sage Dozhan replied. With the Great Zhou Sacred King keeping watch, clashing was inevitable. There would be no point in stalling. Moreover, once they stalled, the opponent's 2 saints would gather and the situation would become worse. Therefore, there was no need to. He would summon the divine catastrophe right here, right now. If the divine catastrophe was destined to be his downfall, he would have no complaints. However, before that, he had some things to do. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded and his expression became exceptionally determined. No harm would befall his master. At that moment, Qin Zhuang walked up to Dozhan and handed a saint instrument to him, saying, "Yu Qi took this off and asked me to pass it to you." Sage Dozhan looked at the saint instrument armor with a solemn expression, then took it and stepped forward onto the central region of the 9-state platform. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards him. Was the Holy Ji Palace's battle sage Palace Lord Sage Dozhan going to summon the divine catastrophe and enter the Saint Plane? Senior. At that moment, Yi Futian looked towards Saint Li and asked, "Could you ask everyone to leave this area?" Saint Li knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked around and said, "All uninvolved people step back 50 kilometers. The Sacred War was about to erupt here." Everyone started to leave the area. They also knew that what was happening next would impact a huge radius. Those with lower cultivation levels could die just by being hit by the residual attacks. Even the experts from the Summer State's Holy Lands also stepped back, away from the 9-state platform. They stopped in the distance and set up camp in midair, looking towards the 9-state platform. Saint Li waved his hand and personally brought the 9-state college's people to retreat. Soon 2 factions could be distinctly seen around the 9-state platform. They were the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Holy Ji Palace. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army that had descended upon the 9-state city finally showed themselves. The Great Zhou Sacred King's strongest army, the Golden Phoenix Army had arrived. Apart from that, there was also the army led by the sage-ranking expert Nyagai. These were the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's two strongest armies. These two armies were prepared for Yi Futian, in attempts of killing them all in the nine-state city. Other than that, the people who had been ambushed by Qin Zhuang and Yu Qi had also made their way to the nine-state city. At that moment they were regrouping with the Great Zhou Sacred King. Although they suffered heavy losses, they still gathered together to form a huge army. "Form the matrix," Yi Futian said. Instantly, the Barren States experts all started to move and form their matrices. In the center of the battle platform, Sage Dozhan took a deep breath, then looked up towards the sky. His arm shuddered as he clenched his fists. In an instant, a terrifying force appeared on his body. The wind billowed as the force on Sage Dozhan's body gradually became stronger. The wind echoed and became wilder. In the sky, the wind bellowed and a fearsome great path rule power streamed in the area. Soon, all the experts around the battle platform could feel the suffocating aura, as though it could crush all of them. Thud! An imposing aura emitted from Sage Dozhan and headed straight for the heavens. The elements circulated in the heavens and the great path rule power was created. In that instant, countless people from the nine-state city raised their heads and looked at the brewing storm in the sky, as though the heavens was crushing down on the mortal realm. Is this the divine catastrophe? Countless people thought in astonishment. Just the pressure was enough to make people want to grovel and worship it. It was too strong. No wonder the Saint Plane experts detached themselves from the mortal world, away from the masses. They were not on the same level, that was why they were called saints. Bring it on! Sage Dozhan raised his head and shouted out. The sky shook as air currents engulfed him. His body became towering like a war god. He did not wear the saint instrument before summoning the divine catastrophe but was topless instead. His bronze-colored skin felt full of power. Within the terrifying storm, a ray of light descended from the sky. The great path's pressure descended and many people felt suffocated. Among the experts who had backed off, some of the people with lower cultivation levels felt their legs shaking. Crash! The light of the divine catastrophe struck down, causing the light around Sage Dozhan's body to become even more dazzling. Around his body, an immeasurable amount of light circulated around him, and an alarming force rushed into his body. However, this time Sage Dozhan felt boundless energy in every part of his body. Even the light of the divine catastrophe could not move him. The Great Zhou Sacred King stared at Sage Dozhan. He knew what Dozhan wanted to do the moment he heard that he had come to the nine-state college. The Barren State wanted to create another saint, but it would not be that simple. The eventual outcome of the sacred war would be determined by the strongest people. So, each time the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace had a saint, he would kill that saint. So what if the Barren State's disciples all had exceptional potential? He would be the gatekeeper keeping them away from the Saint Plane. Once they entered, they would die. Yi Futian was also looking at Sage Dozhan. Today, his master would enter the Saint Plane and nobody would be able to stop him. Convey my command, surround them. Yi Futian stepped forward and ordered the army. Chapter 868. Matrix Formation. Yi Futian commanded, and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace marched forwards in formation. Matrix Formation. Yi Futian commanded, and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace marched forwards in formation. Sage Dozhan was in the midst of passing over the catastrophe, but naturally it was Yuan Hong leading the heavenly battle matrix. With the mighty and powerful cultivators marching forwards, a horrible air of war swept through the space. At the same time, the cultivators from the sovereign family and the ice temple were all taking part in the battle matrix. They had long been practicing it in the Holy Ji Palace. Great Zhou Sacred King still sat on the throne, his demeanor authoritative. His eyes surveyed the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace who surrounded him. His gaze went to Yi Futian, and the eyes of Great Zhou Sacred King reflected strong murderous intent. Get back! The Great Zhou Sacred King commanded indifferently, and the cultivators of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty withdrew accordingly. All who were observing the battle were surprised. It seemed that the great Zhou sacred king was uneasy with the assemblage from the barren state, and chose not to have a head-on confrontation. Within the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, all the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix army levitated with their golden wings opened, shielding the sky. The battle matrix formed by the Golden Phoenix army turned into a gigantic golden phoenix crossing the boundless void, manned by Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang, who were cultivators on the Sage and Saint ranking. The giant wings of the Golden Phoenix battle matrix flapped, setting off a strong gust of wind, and then smashed down as to split open the void. In the heavenly battle matrix, Yuan Hong held a divine implement, the battle axe of judgment, and smashed towards the wings that swooped down. The sound of a violent collision was heard. Immediately afterward, the wings of the Golden Phoenix army fluttered and drew an arc in the sky as it retreated. The army led by Niegai also retreated simultaneously. Still, Great Zhou Sacred King sat on the throne alone. The purpose of the army to enter Nine-State City was Yi Futian and his party. But what he was truly afraid of was not Yi Futian and his cohort. It was Sage Dozhan, who was in the midst of passing through the catastrophe of the divine path. Before Sage Dozhan was even sanctified, he already had the ability to counter the Golden Phoenix army. Sage Dozhan's strength combined with the army of the Holy Ji Palace would be a great threat, so he ordered a temporary withdrawal. After Sage Dozhan had passed through the catastrophe of the divine path, he could then be the one to deal with him. If it was Sage Dozhan alone, the Golden Phoenix army and the army led by Niegai was sufficient to counter him. But the situation had changed with the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace arriving as reinforcement and intercepting their people. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had experienced a total loss at the border of the Summer State, which made the support of the other side even more obviously at an advantage, so he could only choose evasion for now. In the center of the Nine-State platform, Sage Dozhan's spirit transformed into battle form and blended into one with it. The massive body, boundlessly stalwart, was amazing. Above the firmament, the rules of the great path fell, turning into countless catastrophes of the divine path that landed on his body, madly impacting it, which made his body tremble. If this was before he had the medicinal baths, before he arrived at the Nine-State College, or even in his prime, such terrifying attack of the great path was enough to cause a considerable threat to his body. With a swipe of his sight, Sage Dozhan looked toward the Golden Phoenix army, and a chilling intent to kill flashed through his eyes. He was not yet a saint, not until the catastrophe of the great path was behind him. Boom! His footstep landed on the ground and instantly shook the entire Nine-State platform. A violent torso straddled the void and headed toward the retreating Golden Phoenix army. Sage Dozhan is making his move. The hearts of many trembled. Before, outside of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dozhan had lent a hand in saving the palace despite the fact he was facing the catastrophe of the Great Path himself. This time he had the chance to successfully pass the catastrophe, but would he really choose not to concentrate on that task but rather to attack again? If he made a move to counter the Golden Phoenix army, he would inevitably lose the power to resist the divine catastrophe. Above the sky, the authoritative pressure of the great path slammed down and Sage Dozhan stepped into the void. With every step, he crossed the space and came to the place above the Golden Phoenix army so that all the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix army looked up, their looks frosty. They too felt the authority of the great path. Come on! Sage Dozhan abruptly tightened both fists, and then his majestic body descended from the sky, as a god of war. The heaven and the earth roared, the rule power of the great path pursuing him as if intending to destroy and kill him. Zhou Mian looked up, and swept a cold glance at that godlike figure descending from the void. His look was extremely frosty. This time the Golden Phoenix army had deployed its most elite members, and coalesced into the strongest Golden Phoenix battle matrix yet. If Sage Dozhan thought that he could destroy them like the last time, it would be pure nonsense. As long as he had not yet finished the catastrophe of the great path, he was not a saint. Hacking! Seeing Sage Dozhan's mighty body descending, Zhou Mian commanded the divine implement. Suddenly within the battle matrix, countless flaming golden wings slashing toward the sky. The boundless brilliance seemed to split the void into countless segments, but Sage Dozhan continued the momentum downwards as if he had not seen it, descending as a god. With a loud bang, the light of the wings broke apart in a frenzy, and the body of Sage Dojan rushed into the wings that had hacked apart the void. Both legs erupted with horrifying power, trampling it underfoot. A pair of even more dazzling wings came forwards, like two flaming golden swords, slashing toward his body. There was a terrible power exploding from the body of Sage Dojan. All his 7-star acupoints were opened, and a brilliant light emitted between his chest and abdomen. With a roar, both hands that were clad in battle saint gauntlets directly grabbed toward the incoming wings, smashing them under. As both of Sage Dojan's hands buckled the wings down, the catastrophe of the great path that was above the sky descended, causing his body to tremble. The horror of the catastrophe of the great path even attacked the wings, and then moved toward the Golden Phoenix army, causing many to tremble violently. Just as if the catastrophe of the great path also descended on them, many people vomited blood. The humongous golden phoenix danced above the firmament, and an infinitely beautiful golden phoenix sword flew out aimed toward Sage Dojan. The void seemed to be split open. Sage Dojan slapped both wings and his body shot to the sky. Boom! Along with several loud booms, the endless light of catastrophe continued to descend, penetrating his body, which bathed under the light of the catastrophe of the great path. There seemed to be a force of infinite horror generating within his body. He trembled in the void. Endless brilliance exploded from both his legs and fists. Then the body suddenly tilted, the arms shook, and the fists pierced through the sky. In an instant above the sky, the endless fists of the golden war god smashed down. Each shadow of a fist seemed to contain the might of great path, piercing through heaven and earth, rushing toward the golden phoenix battle matrix. The golden phoenix sword madly slashed out and split open the aura of the fist. But the aura of the fist was endless and covered the sky and buried the space. Bang! 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 Consecutive loud bangs were heard, and bystanders, who watched the battle from afar, saw the endless golden war god's fists piercing through the void, blasting on the body of the phoenix that was swaying above the void. The body of the phoenix shook violently, and several figures separated from the battle matrix and fell to certain death. Using his own strength to fight against the most elite Golden Phoenix battle matrix of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, while he was still in the midst of the catastrophe of Divine Path. It was indeed too frightening. After the catastrophe was over, the Golden Phoenix battle matrix most likely would not be able to withstand his attack. No one could have imagined that a mere cultivator from the barren sky ranking of the barren state could perform with such skill. The Sacred War had given Sage Dojan his opportunity, but at the same time it was also a great catastrophe. Boom! A loud noise, the clouds above the sky changed. The rules of the great path in this void madly impacted the body of Sage Dojan so that he was heard making a sound in the midst of battle, likewise spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dojan, enough, Sword Demon said to Sage Dojan, who was in the void. If this continued, it would affect his ability to pass the catastrophe. Sage Dojan's body was bathed in holy light. After the baptism of the divine catastrophe, the light of the great path coursed around his entire body. Clearly this time he fared much better than the last. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Many who saw this revealed a look of surprise. Great Zhou Sacred King looked extremely cold. The medicine must have been prepared for him by Saint Jiang. Very soon the body of Sage Dojan became more crystalline, as if every part of the body was burning, inspiring all his potential. Above the sky, more terrible lights of the great path catastrophe fell down. As long as the body had not been completely forged into the body of a saint, the catastrophe would not dissipate. It was either become a saint or die. An incomparably sharp ray exploded in his eyes, and Sage Dojan said to Sword Demon, "I will breach the battle matrix, you can handle the rest." His voice faded as both of his arms stretched out to welcome the catastrophe of the great path. There was a terrible storm of catastrophe over the sky, piercing throughout heaven and earth, descending on Sage Dojan. An unparalleled force exploded from his body, and at this moment, he stepped into the void and went for the Golden Phoenix battle matrix. What was even more frightening was that behind Sage Dojan, the catastrophe of the great path was still falling, chasing after him, and descending with him. In the midst of the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, countless people trembled in their hearts and were extremely unsettled. "Ready!" Sage Dojan shouted. Sword Demon, Qin Zhuang and the others waited solemnly, knew that those words were for them. Sage Dozhan would breach the matrix and then rely on them to prevent the matrix to form again. Countless people looking above the firmament at Sage Dozhan, who was bathed in the destructive light of the Great Path catastrophe, surrounded by shadows of illusion and countless auras of the fist of a war god, sheltering the sky and blasting toward the battle matrix below, covering it all. Who would dare to resist such an attack head-on? Even cultivators of the Sage and Saint ranking would be annihilated. The Golden Phoenix battle matrix entered a defensive mode. In an instant, it was like a boundlessly radiant armor had covered the sky and shielded the battle matrix. Boom 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 boom. The infinite aurora of the fist covered the entire matrix, blasting it. The battle matrix rocked violently and many spat out blood. Bang! Another loud crash came from the middle of the battle matrix. Sage Dozhan descended from above the battle matrix, along with the catastrophe of the Great Path rushing through his body and pouring into his fist will. At this moment, a horrific light of the rules of the Great Path swept through the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, accompanied by a loud bang, and the battle matrix collapsed from the middle. Countless people spat out blood, and many others were killed instantly by the shock. Attack! Qin Zhuang and the others were already prepared. The sword slashed across the void and chopped forwards, and the cultivators led by Yu Hong, Huang Shi, and the others also launched the attack. At this time Sage Dozhan, who was in the void, also spat out a mouthful of blood, his face slightly pale but his body like a god of war. He was still standing straight in the sky welcoming the catastrophe of the Great Path. Chapter 869, Relentless. Relentless. Countless gazes fixed on that mighty figure in the void. People across the 9 states had all heard of the battle at the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Dozhan employed the power of the heavenly battle matrix, burning his body to release all its potential to the limit, thus attracting the divine catastrophe that almost killed him. It was because of countless people in the barren state who had banded together to shoulder the catastrophe for him that the divine catastrophe dissipated. Although Sage Dozhan had made great progress, passing the divine catastrophe was still a difficult task, and he was even turning his attention towards breaching the Golden Phoenix battle matrix to alleviate the pressure of the battle for the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Dozhan had done everything he could for the Holy Ji Palace. He was indeed a person worthy of respect, whose belief was so strong it was no wonder that he could impact the divine path. In the vast 9 states, among the Sage and Saint ranking, there were merely 72 saints. Above the sky the storm was growing stronger, as if to cover thousands of miles of space just like an apocalypse. The endless storm contained the indomitable power of the rules of the Great Path. Although this force would not attack the bystanders, by standing on the ground beneath one could still experience the frightening feeling of the authority of heaven. Countless members of the 9-state city looked up toward the sky. They seemed to have no interest in the great battle that was taking place next to them. Although the sacred war was fierce, the divine catastrophe could be the only one that they would ever witness in their lifetime. For the sages, even though the catastrophe of the Great Path was horrific, it was their lifelong pursuit. Feeling the power of catastrophe above the sky, they were even somewhat envious of Dozhan and held some expectations, hoping that one day they would also be able to attract that change of the world. For the rules of the Great Path descending from the sky to refine their bodies, transcending them so they could become saints. Under the horror of the authority of heaven, the great Zhou sacred king still sat there, as if he had never moved since the beginning. He stared at Sage Dozhan coldly, and that gaze was as if he was watching a dead man. Proving holiness was such a rare chance, but for Dozhan to become saint would be his undoing. Boom! Even more horrible Great Path rules descended. This time Sage Dozhan was no longer distracted and attempted to leverage the power of the catastrophe to fight, but instead endured all of it with his body, allowing it to wash over his body. There was no shortcut to the catastrophe of the divine path. Only by bearing enough catastrophe could transformation be possible. For his body to be sanctified, it must first undergo the true test of the divine path. If he relied on borrowing the power of battle instead of the true strength of the body, then he would continue to suffer from the catastrophe in the future, which meant that all the many tests before were born in vain. Divine light was shining all over the body of Dozhan. The rules of the Great Path entered the body, refining it, impacting all the organs and limbs of Dozhan. He could clearly feel every part of his body bursting, as they withstood the impact of the terrible rules of the Great Path and metamorphosed at the same time. Sage Dozhan thought that the medicinal baths prescribed by Saint Jiang those days in the herb garden were not only to heal his injuries, but also to strengthen his body. At the same time, it was more as if the medicinal bath was preparing him for this sacred cleansing. Saint Jiang's understanding of the divine catastrophe was frightening, especially with such strong ability to target. Even if he was ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking, it was not something that could have been done in a short time. As if from the beginning, Saint Jiang knew what to do. Without thinking too much, Dozhan concentrated all his energy for the catastrophe of the Great Path above the 7-star acupoints, with even more terrible power flowing and rays of light running through his body. He let out a great shout, stepped into the void. His body went toward the catastrophe of the Great Path and rose into the sky. He had already died once under the divine catastrophe. He had nothing else to fear. Boom! Under the impact of even more terrifying forces, Sage Dozhan shot to the sky against the divine catastrophe, like a god of war with shocking impact. Although his body was gigantic and stood proudly above the sky, compared to the divine catastrophe, he still appeared small and insubstantial. The authority of heaven was too strong. Sage Dozhan already felt that many parts inside his body had already been torn apart by the rule's power, but his eyes still conveyed total determination without any hesitation. He looked up to the void and continued to step into the sky. For him to be able to experience the catastrophe in person in this lifetime, he had no more regret. What was more, putting his life or death aside, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer the palace of the past. With the saint, it could compete as equals with the great Zhou dynasty. Even if he really died this day, the Holy Ji Palace would still exist, and his 2 disciples already had their names known in the land of 9 states. In the future, their names would make 9 states shudder. So what else did he have to fear? He could consider himself to have lived his entire life spirited and to its fullest. Raising his head, proudly surveying the great path of the firmament, his arms trembled and lights coursed all around. He rushed to meet the catastrophe, allowing the endless great path to impact his flesh. His heart was calm without waves, his spiritual will strong and unshaken. Terrible rays circulated above his body, and there were faint blood stains as his skin and muscles broke open. Even with the strength of his body, it was still unbearable for Sage Dozhan at the moment, and the body seemed to be on the verge of complete destruction. However, Sage Dozhan was resolute in his determination, and could not be swayed. Without regret in his heart, fully complete without blemishes, and with a will as strong as the rock of ages, he would welcome the catastrophe of the Great Path in his best state so long as he had breath within him. The rules of the Great Path continued falling and kept shaking the body of Sage Dozhan. He looked as if on the verge of crumbling, but his eyes were determined as ever and continued staring at the storm. This catastrophe is terrible. Many sages were appalled. Even those at the peak of Sage Plain felt the same way. They all wanted to step into the Saint Plain, but seeing the scenes before them, they understood that if they were facing the catastrophe of the divine path at the moment themselves, their chances were not much better. This meant that they were not yet strong enough, and the plain was yet beyond their reach. Perhaps the first few on the sage and saint ranking of 9 states were infinitely closer than the others. Sage Dozhan was not as strong as before, but he was still holding on, no matter what he would be facing after the catastrophe of the Great Path. However, there was the ancient saying that if one had known the way in the morning, then there would be no regretting death in the evening. Since he had no regrets in his heart, he would give his greatest to do everything he could to follow his heart. As to the ending, no matter what it turned out to be, he would have no regrets. The power of the catastrophe is weakening. Many were shocked. Not only that, the brilliance that was coursing above the body of Sage Dozhan was becoming more and more dazzling. The bronze skin seemed to be washed by the divine light, and faintly reflected a crystalline luster as if he had been resculpted. Dozhan may be about to succeed. The hearts of many people were beating. The land of 9 states would soon have one more saint. However, Great Zhou's sacred king watched closely. It was still a question whether this saint could leave with his life intact. It was highly probable that Sage Dozhan would be the shortest-lived saint in the history of 9 states. Great Zhou's sacred king had the intention of killing him. Between the saints there was still matters of levels within the plane. The Great Zhou sacred king had been in the saint plane for many years. Even if Sage Dozhan entered the saint plane, he would not be in a position of contention. It was very perilous. He's about to succeed. Saintly looked up at the void, and he already felt that Sage Dozhan was only a step away from being a saint. Not only him but all notable figures were watching at the moment as well, including Saint Jiang, who was at the 9-state college. They looked up to the sky, a place of infinite changes, to see Dozhan standing above the sky. His stature like a god of war could be clearly seen. Little Butterfly stood by his side. In the herb garden many people, including the injured Yu Qi, Undying Sage, were all looking up, watching Dozhan, who was above the void. Master, if the Great Zhou sacred king wants to kill Sage Dozhan, would he have a chance to block it? Little Butterfly asked. Saint Jiang shook his head and said mildly, Great Zhou sacred king's ranking is also on the top of the list. For the saint plane, the difference of one plane can mean a world of difference. If it's just the two of them, there is no doubt that Dozhan will definitely die. But we don't yet know at what level the other saint from Barren State is. However, it will probably be difficult to stop the Great Zhou sacred king from killing Dozhan. Little Butterfly looked a little pale, saying, Master, you helped Sage Dozhan cross the most difficult hurdle. Could you help him again? Her master, Saint Jiang, ranked number 12 on the sage and saint ranking, before the Great Zhou sacred king would be capable of helping Sage Dozhan. Saint Jiang casted a glance at Little Butterfly and shook his head. The sacred war between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace was permitted by Emperor Xia, and personally monitored by the 9 states supervising inspector. Moreover, the 9 states supervising inspector was located at the 9 state guard, and it was likely to be located around the 9 states platform. After all, 9 states were under the rule of Emperor Xia. His power could be everywhere. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties in the sacred war. What reason did he have to intervene? Furthermore, Sage Dozhan and he were neither friends nor relatives. He granted Yi Futian's request to help Sage Dozhan pass the divine catastrophe. Now it was not possible for him to intervene in the sacred war at will. Little Butterfly's eyes revealed some disappointment. She knew that her request was a little overboard. The master had no reason to grant it. Now, one could only hope that Sage Dozhan would be able to survive the next catastrophe. At this moment, in the area below Sage Dozhan, on the area of the 9-state platform area, the sound of a guqin could be heard. The sound of the guqin was magnificent, revealing a sense of pride, but also concealed within it a sense of heroics. Many looked toward it and saw that it was Yi Futian playing in the void. Hua Jieyu stood behind him, while Yunshang and many other cultivators formed a battle matrix beside him and lent their spiritual energy to Yi Futian. The sound of the guqin pierced the void, resounded between heaven and earth. There was a great battle taking place in front of them, that under this atmosphere appeared extremely solemn. At this time, among the disintegrated army of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, many cultivators now marched towards him, their attention fixed on him to try to take him down. However, when they came to the battle matrix, they felt the terrible rule's power descending, shrouding their bodies as if this space was frozen. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The fingers plucked the strings, and in an instant the sound of guqin turned into sparkles of light that swept out. In a moment, brilliant rays of light rushed toward those people, emitting violent sounds of collision. The skulls of some were shattered while the bodies of others were smashed. It was impossible to get close to Yi Futian. At this time, Yi Futian looked up slightly and glanced towards his master. A brilliant light erupted from the master, and holy lights coursed around his entire body, and chased away the light of catastrophe that was between heaven and earth. The storm that was within the void disappeared. The might of heaven nowhere to be found. And Sage Dozhan, whose body was as if resculpted, bloomed with endless brilliance in the sky above. With the divine catastrophe behind him, the sacred body was now complete. Sage Dozhan had entered the divine path. Chapter 870. A Saint. A Saint. Countless looked up at the sky. Holy light coursed Dozhan's body, a sign of him breaking into saint plane. There were 72 recorded saints throughout the 9 states. The chess saint perished and the village chief of the tombkeeper's status as a saint was exposed, which evened the score eventually. As such, there were still 72 saints up till that point. However, with Dozhan becoming a saint at the moment, he became the 73rd saint throughout the entire 9 states. It was actually a very bad timing for Dozhan to become a saint. However, everyone knew that if he were to make it past his divine catastrophe and become a saint, he needed Saint Zhang's help, which was why they came to the 9-state college. The Zhou sacred king arrived at the college later and kept a close eye on him. If Dozhan refused to advance further, the sacred king would have brought his army to bear, forcing Dozhan to advance and become a saint. Dozhan had no choice in the matter. The sacred king did all he could to take Dozhan's life. Qiyu, Sage Jingang and the others in the herb garden, Huangyi Yunshang and other mighty ones in the battlefield, all turned to look at Dozhan, who was suspended in midair. With Dozhan becoming a saint, it meant that the barren state finally had a saint emerging from their ranks after many years, and it was one that truly emerged from the barren state. While the village chief was a saint, but he originated from the Tombkeeper village and had only joined the Holy Ji Palace later. The 2 palace lords all those years ago practically did everything in their power and paid a hefty cost, all for the sake of having a saint emerging from the ranks of the barren state. At that moment, the very first saint had truly emerged from their ranks. However, it was not a joyous occasion. Everyone only felt a heavy burden being put in their minds. Dozhan had only made it through his first catastrophe. The ones that he were about to face in the future might have actually been worse than the divine catastrophe. A figure in the Xia clan's direction, among the onlookers of the battle, was staring at Dozhan. There was yet another saint emerging in the 9 states. It was a difficult thing to achieve, but since Emperor Xia had agreed for the sacred war to commence, then it was only natural for him to not interfere. The figure was no other a mighty one from the 9-state guard, who mingled among the mighty ones from the Xia clan to monitor the sacred war. An extremely powerful might of the great path was sensed, shrouding the air around them. The sacred king who had been sitting at the throne at the 9-state platform, stood and took to the air. He who had been sitting quietly all along before, burst with true might of the great path. He gleamed with dazzling holy light, like a supreme emperor of the entire humanity itself. The sacred king had truly came to look like a being befitting his status, standing tall in the sky overlooking the people beneath. The holy brilliance emanating from him alone shrouded the entire space around. Countless felt their breaths getting heavy as the might of the great path showered below, making them feel as if they needed to kneel and worship him. Many shuddered seeing the incredibly dazzling figure. The rules of the sacred war were put in place to avoid the powers and forces of both holy lands from being eradicated by the other. Emperor Xia forbade saints from acting against anyone below Saint Plane, and the sacred king had probably felt tired of holding himself back. Now that Dozhan became a saint, he finally had the opportunity to bring his might to bear and cut down Dozhan, who had just became a saint, establishing the supremacy of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. A boundlessly huge golden phoenix appeared in the air, which truly blocked out the sky. Countless eyes looked up and saw the face of a phoenix bearing incredibly sharp and cold eyes. Immensely fearsome rules of the great path coursed in the sky, enveloping everywhere the eye could see. Many shuddered somewhat at the scene. Is this the true might of saints? A thought was what it took to command the skies and their surroundings, rendering all powers between the heavens and the earth under their control. All below Saint Plane were mortals, and they were able to do nothing but worship those at Saint Plane. Everyone knew why Emperor Xia set the rules of the sacred war as they had been. The powers of Saint needed to be kept in check as their powers were simply too devastating. Countless cultivators from both holy lands would have been eliminated and it would have been a calamity like no other, affecting the entire 9 states, as all were under the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia after all. Teacher Yi Futian, who was fighting below, looked up at the scene in the sky and his mind was washed with immense worry. The sacred king ranked high on the sage and saint ranking, which meant that his powers were beyond doubt. As one who had been training for many years, He naturally understood that the higher one's plane was, the greater the power difference within said plane. His teacher had only broken to Saint Plane, which meant that there was no way he could have rivaled the Sacred King in terms of powers. As a result, Yi Futian's tune became enraged and unsettling. The weather changed around him as terrifying spiritual powers coalesced, enveloping the space he occupied and everyone within the battle matrix. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian were spiritually connected enough to enable her to understand his thoughts. He was cranking up his own will to the limit like he last did, turning himself into an ancient god to do battle. The action that the Sacred King just took made Yi Futian felt an intense sense of danger. Shuffling noises were heard within Yi Futian's life palace. Boundlessly dazzling light shone within his body. His imperial burned and cranked his powers to the limit, sealing all spiritual powers that he had borrowed within his will. A regal godly ape figure appeared, looking like a true demon god, standing tall between the heavens and the earth. Yi Futian and all with him were buried within, turning into a single being, as if they have all turned into the divine ape. The eyes of the divine ape was incredibly fearsome. Its imposing violent body turned to face all those opposite it, and then stepped forward to walk in the air, charging at the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. Dozhan's arms shuddered and holy light coursed about him high in the sky. His towering body turned to look like a god of war. He took one step in the air, and everything around him trembled. It was then that Dozhan truly felt the might of a saint. His body became the rules of the Great Path, which enabled him to resonate with the powers of Great Path between the heavens and the earth. Every single action he took was a manifestation of the Great Path. Such power was beyond the comprehension of mortals, and had reached a whole new level. Such beings no longer borrowed from the rules of the world around them, as they themselves became manifestations of the rules of the Great Path. Dozhan lifted his arm and he felt as if the powers of the worldly Great Path were all embodied in his fist. He shouted and punched with the fist clad in battle-sank gauntlets. The air around him resonated strongly in an instant, as if his fist had tore through the space before him as it headed for the Sacred King. That one punch carried boundless powers of the worldly Great Path, which seemed to be out to crush the Sacred King once and for all. Know your place. The Sacred King took a bland look at Dozhan. You just got into Saint Plane and you want to fight me already? You really are reckless and thoughtless. It was entirely possible that Dozhan knew nothing of the Saint Plane, and how terrifyingly different power levels between saints could be. He extended his arms and slapped at the air before him. The air shook in an instant, tearing the punch of the Great Path thrown at him to bits and pieces. The space in between shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. A cry of the phoenix was heard in the air at that moment. The golden phoenix, which was huge enough to literally block out the sky, lashed out with its golden phoenix claws. The entire sky seemed to have shrouded within. Countless who were watching the battle trembled at the scene. Their minds shuddered violently. The claws were literally the sky striking down. Dozhan was tall and regal like a god, but he looked hopeless small before their claws. Dozhan looked up at the attack striking downward as if to tear the sky apart and lifted his arm, shooting out with another punch. The fist of the Great Path tore through the air before him and shot at the claws. The two attacks clashed and the punch was torn to shreds in an instant, while the claws continued coming down at Dozhan. A figure appeared right above Dozhan's body at that very moment. A dazzling sword diagram appeared in the air, breathing towering beams of swords. The figure was none other than the village chief. He waved his arms and the sword diagram at the air behind him turned incredibly brilliant. Sword will course throughout the skies, completely in control by the sword diagram. The holy sword was sticking right at the middle of the sword diagram, pulsing with sword will out to tear the sky apart. Go. His finger pointed at the sky. Boundless sword aura currents controlled by the sword diagram flushed at the claws in the air. The boundless claws clashed onto the sword diagram, cracking it, while the claws were similarly torn. The claws dissipated and the sword diagram crumbled with a loud boom. The holy sword returned to its place behind the village chief. 3 saints. Many felt their hearts pumping uncontrollably. Everyone was watching the battle. There was hardly anyone paying any attention to the battle between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army and the Holy Ji Palace. The battle between saints were something that many would have gotten to witness once in their lifetimes. The battle between saints in the air was far above the ground, yet it felt that the battle was happening right before their eyes, so much so that everyone was able to see it if they were to just look up. Untold numbers of people in the nine-state city looked up in the sky. The sacred king's holy light shone brightly in the sky like an unparalleled sacred king he was supposed to be. His sharp eyes held tinges of contempt in them as he said, "If the sword saint of the void was still in this world, I'd admit that I'm the inferior one. But you, a mere sword servant, dare to actually stand against me?" He stepped forward as soon as he finished. The power of the great path shrouded the air and the sky was tightly wound, as if it would have crumbled at any given moment. Sage Dojan felt the might of the great path and felt immensely that he no longer had any regrets as he had been able to break into St. Plain. However, he was nonetheless truly able to feel that the power difference within St. Plain was frighteningly huge. People would have given anything to reach ever greater heights in the great path. Their minds of the path were indomitable as they all yearned for the promised supreme power. Why did the chess saint risk it all to enter the nether sword mound? Why did the sacred king went so far as to wage a sacred war? I might be a sword servant and I still am able to stand before you, sacred king. Are you trying to insult yourself? The village chief said plainly. He waved both of his arms and great path flowed between the heavens and the earth. An incredibly dazzling image hovered in the sky, appearing right behind the old village chief. Voom voom voom. Swords zipped about as they were fused within the image, which spun about the air, breathing sword beams capable of tearing space apart. Kill. The village chief pointed at the sacred king, and the spinning image disappeared altogether in an instant. At the same time, tremendously fearsome sword beams of destruction came right before the sacred king. Huge figures of golden phoenixes appeared right before the sacred king, which stacked in layers and fused with the world around them, shining with tower golden light as the sword aura continued to crumble around it. The sacred king basked in boundless golden light as he stepped out, freely letting the destructive sword attacks destroy the golden phoenixes, as if none of that had any effect on him. His body continued to pass through the sword matrices, killing light one step at a time. He turned to look like a god once he passed through all that. The holy light on the sacred king's body looked even more dazzling and towering in comparison to the village chief's. The might of the great path shrouded the sky, as if to declare to all in the world that he was the great Zhou sacred king. Chapter 871. At a place very very far from the nine-state city, a place at the border of 4 states. Summer, Eastern Qi and Feng lied a tranquil, quiet village, free from disturbance from anyone else. At a place very very far from the nine-state city, a place at the border of 4 states. Summer, Eastern Qi and Feng lied a tranquil, quiet village, free from disturbance from anyone else. That village was none other than the Tombkeeper village. What differed between then and now with the place was that all dwellers of the village had moved out and settled in the Holy Ji Palace instead. After the incident with the village previously, many from Holy Lands attempted to explore the Nether Sword Mound still, yet none of them were able to achieve anything as they were reluctant to risk themselves going deep with the place. At the moment, with the exception of some who would occasionally visit the place just to check things out, the Tombkeeper village had essentially been thoroughly rendered a ghost village. Countless graves lied within the forbidden ground that was the Nether Sword Mound, nested within the quiet mountains at the end of the village. Swords were stabbed throughout the graveyard, symbolizing the entire place itself being buried. The depths of the mysterious forbidden ground was where the chess saint perished. There seemed to be a terrifying fissure in the sky with a pair of blood-colored sword eyes seen there. Immensely terrifying sword aura seeped from within the pair of eyes, basking a frail body sitting cross-legged beneath. The frail body belonged to a girl who looked to be 16 years of age. Sword will course throughout her body and holy light of swords emanated from her. The swords all over the place stayed motionless for her alone. The girl was none other than Yaya, who had elected to stay behind in the Nether Sword Mound, to watch over her parents' grave. Her appearance seemed to have changed somewhat throughout the past year. There were fewer hints of childishness on her, and her plain looks had turned to become more chiseled. All that, coupled with the light of swords coursing about her, made her shine with a mystical gleam, causing her to look rather holy. Her appearance and bearing changed considerably. However, the most apparent change about her was her plane. Within the short span of a year, she had actually advanced considerably, breaking through from her pinnacle noble plane state into near the level of a magi, as indicated by her aura. The speed of her advancement was unnaturally quick, just like how she came to be at the pinnacle of noble plane at 15 years old, a fact that went against conventions. Her eyelashes twitched, as if she had sensed something at the moment. Her eyes opened and light of the sword streaked past, turning into a screen and an image manifested before her eyes. A war was seen happening within the image, the war that had erupted at the 9-state platform at the moment. The image seemed to have been delivered by the village chief's holy sword. She first saw the village chief, and then the target of her vengeance, the sacred king, in the image. Her eyes turned bone-chilling cold at the sight of him. The number of people grew within the image, and she seemed to catch sight of Yi Futian among the crowd, who had turned into an enormous demon ape. However, she was nonetheless able to see the ape for what it was despite its form. "Brother," Ye muttered silently. Her eyes went cold seeing how imposing and regal the sacred king looked. Boundless sword will shuddered within the space she occupied. Tens of thousands of swords rang in resonance and the air howled, as if the swords were attempting to break free of their shackles. Countless at the 9-state city looked up at the sacred king, who looked impossibly sharp and intimidating. The sacred king was the sovereign of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, and held the title of sacred king, which naturally meant that his powers were beyond mortal comprehension, and far above the old village chief and Dozhan. "Do you think you could stop me?" the sacred king asked with cold eyes, glaring at the village chief. The golden phoenix shone brilliantly high in the sky. The sacred king had been training for ages and had climbed the sacred ladder once. He was no longer at the first plane of Saint Plane. The power difference between a single plane level at Sage Plane had already been one near impossible to bridge. It was more so in the case of saints. Furthermore, his talents had already been unervingly exceptional, which meant that he was definitely above the village chief in terms of powers. The village chief, on the other hand, had only been a sword servant who had been following the sword saint of the void. What he was at the moment, he probably owed it all to the sword saint of the void. As for Dozhan, he had only broke into Saint Plane mere moments ago, meaning that there was definitely no way he could have rivaled the sacred king. Dozhan leave. The village chief knew how powerful his opponent was when he saw the sacred king walking out of the sword matrix completely unscathed. He was only able to buy time to have Sage Dozhan leave. He was versed in the art of space manipulation. Even if there was no way for him to win against the sacred king, he would probably have had no problems getting out in one piece. That was, so long as he was able to last until Sage Dozhan left. "Leave." A sarcastic look was seen in the sacred king's eyes. He had been there at 9-state city to eliminate Dozhan, Yi Futian and all who were with them, so as to destroy the barren state once and for all. However, he fell into the trap laid by Yi Futian and ended up having many of his forces crushed instead. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty was at a disadvantage in the battle fought between the sages. There was simply no way the sacred king would have allowed Dozhan to leave under such state of affairs. The sacred king shook his arms and slivers of boundlessly dazzling holy light shot from behind him. A dazzling, elegant and huge demonic beast shot into the air. It was a true golden phoenix, shooting for the skies and merging with the shadow of Phoenix high in the air, which had been a manifestation of his life spirit. His life spirit took a very solid form at the moment. The sacred king lashed out all of a sudden. He grasped at the air and boundless, terrifying rules of the great path's power flowed about. He manifested right before the village chief and an enormous golden phoenix emerged, lashing out with its claws and shrouding the surrounding air with its impervious might. The village chief burst with a strong, blinding light, disappearing from where he stood right there and then. It was the power of the great path rules of space. His silhouette appeared right beside Dozhan, intending to leave the battlefield with the former sage. Yet at that very moment, the golden phoenix in the sky cried and lashed out with a pair of claws below, A storm of rules of the Great Path whipped up right there and then, with the air seemed to be at verge of collapse as destructive powers were everywhere around them. The holy sword hovered in the air and rang. The sword diagram appeared and sword aura in the air coursed in a frenzy as they filled the sky with maniacal offensive powers out to tear everything apart. Boom! The enormous golden phoenix flapped its wings and boundless golden feathers shot at the space below in an instant. Great path rules shot down together with the feathers. Every single feather turned to beams harboring immensely destructive powers. The sacred king stepped forward, appearing before the phoenix, and he extended his arm, attempting to lock both of his targets in the storm. The village chief grew worried as swords in the air rang in resonance. He saw the attack from above and evaded. In an instant, the swords in the sky zipped above and clashed with the incoming attack, crushing the killing feathers raining downwards. He took the sword diagram and headed straight for the sky, charging at the phoenix's shadow and intending to penetrate its body. The golden phoenix closed its wings and opened again. Every single feather unleashed turned into the sharpest blade to be found in the world, as they cut through space and headed for the swords. The phoenix's claws were lashed out straight at the village chief's head as well. While there was no doubt that the great path powers of space were powerful, but being of inferior level meant that the village chief was doomed to lose in a straight-up fight against the sacred king. At that moment, the sacred king himself walked and headed towards Dojan. Blazing fire rules of great path manifested and shrouded the entire place, burning the space they occupied up. He glared at Dojan and said coldly, "If you had refused to make it past your divine catastrophe, you wouldn't this catastrophe in your hands to deal with now." He extended his hand as soon as he finished, with frightening powers coursing in his hand. Dojan's eyes were completely calm as great path rules coursed about him. His physical body had become saintly and the battle form he took was that of the great path. Even the sacred king's flames of the great path were unable to easily singe him. "My mind is whole and therefore I'm able to become a saint. Regardless if I end up surviving the war or perishing in it, the barren state would emerge as victors in this war, and the great Zhou sacred dynasty would become history." He burned his battle form of the great path as soon as he finished, bringing all the potential he had within his body, unleashing all powers within as he stepped forward and walked towards the sacred king. One had nothing to fear once one held their beliefs firm. The calamity outside the Holy Ji Palace determined the course of the latter half of the sacred war, and the barren state was able to turn the tables. A blinding light was seen bursting in the air. Dojan's regal, god-of-war-like battle form charged at the sacred king, making all who witnessed it shudder. Dojan stayed true to his title. He had once been known as Sage Dojan. Now that he had become a saint, he could be named Saint Dojan instead. Indomitable and unwavering, Dojan's body charged straight at the sacred king. He became incredibly regal and imposing, throwing a punch that tore through space and made their surroundings tremble as it headed for the sacred king. The terrifying great path rules in his hand coalesced and turned into a boundlessly huge golden phoenix's shadow, heading straight for Dojan. Both individuals clashed head-on, making the heavens tremble, and all everyone was able to see was a blinding light. Both sides shone brilliantly with the holy light of saints. A ring of light appeared around Dojan's body, making him look like a god dedicating itself to war. The sky trembled as both arms were brought to bear on the sacred king with thousands of light of the fist. The sacred king became bathed in boundless glitter of the saints at that very moment. The light coursing about his body turned fiery and brimming as the golden phoenix assimilated with him. Both individuals clashed over and over within a single moment. All the spectators saw was the repeated attacks the tall, regal, imposing body of Dojan was enduring, with every clash bringing about a terrifying tremble. Even if he had been clad in holy armor, but the attacks he was withstand came from a saint nonetheless. Eventually, both individuals separated as a blinding flash of light was seen. Everything saw a tearing boom in the air. The holy armor was broken and blood spluttered from Dojan's body. However, the great path rules coursing about his body quickly mended his injuries. The sacred king's breath was unsettling as well, as he glared at Dojan. "You're not afraid to die, are you? You'd still die regardless." The extremely sharp beam coursing about the sacred king seemed to be shooting up at the sky. The golden phoenix wings behind him spread wide open, while he shot at Dojang like meteor. Dojang did not back down. He glared at the beam while steadying himself in the air. His battle form of rules seemed to have burned and all of his powers were focused on his arm. When the meteor got near, he stepped forward and did not bother to defend, throwing a straight jab at the attack instead. Crack! A terrifying tearing sound was heard. Boom! A terrible clashing sound was heard. Both sides separated from each other in an instant. Many saw Dojang's battle form crumbled and blood dripping from it. However, it did not get destroyed outright. His body had been elevated to sainthood and became a battle form of the Great Path. His body was nigh invincible. If it had not been for the Sacred King's level being higher than his, it would have been more difficult to damage him to such extent. The Sacred King coughed and felt fluids about to spurt from his throat, but he gulped it back down. The bones at his torso fractured and his internal organs rattled. The punch which Dojang gave everything to throw had actually managed to damage him. Teacher. At that moment within another battlefield, the fights taking place were just as intense. Yi Futian had turned the battle matrix he commanded into a boundless, huge and violent godly ape, charging straight at the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army and going on a killing spree. He had been paying attention to the battle at the other side while he was at it, and his mind shuddered. We still couldn't beat the Sacred King even with the village chief added to the fray? Boom! The ape took a heavy step all of a sudden and many sages spit blood right there and then, as if their bodies had been suppressed by extremely fearsome power of the Great Path, making it near impossible for them to move. Yi Futian continued to charge at high speed and many mighty ones charged at him as well, intending to stop him dead in his tracks. He extended his hand and the power of the space-freezing rules was unleashed. The surrounding spacetime seemed to have grinded to a halt while he lifted his fist and continued to charge forward. Streaks of flashes of the fist rained down like stars and many were thrown off. They were spitting blood and some even died right there and then from completely destroyed innards. Some power indeed. The spectators watched with a terrifying fear as the extremely violent ape went on a rampage against all those who would stop it, heading at a single direction one step at a time. That was where the core of the Sacred Dynasty's army was. Zhou Huang, Zhou Ye and other offsprings of the Sacred King were all there. They were all Yi Futian's targets. Any who dare stands in my way dies. Yi Futian's voice was bone-chilling cold, as if he hailed from hell. The space around him was put in a lockdown with every step he took. The steps he had taken in the air seemed to become stars capable of crushing everything. Chapter 872. There was chaos all over the battlefield, but the divine ape who strode forward through the armies like a beast of war suppressed all the cultivators. There was chaos all over the battlefield, but the divine ape who strode forward through the armies like a beast of war suppressed all the cultivators. Many people trembled with shock. Yi Futian had once used the power of the battle matrix to transform into the rock, and that was incredibly strong. Now the aura that burst forth from him was all strength and no weakness. After all, last time when Yi Futian had helped Dojang bear the divine catastrophe, he had been seriously wounded, and as far as the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty cultivators who had gotten involved had been concerned, he was a spent arrow at the end of its flight. But this time he was at full power, and the great Zhou Golden Phoenix battle matrix had been destroyed by Dojang, so they could only form a small matrix. Zhou Huang stood in the army, looking cold and indifferent as he stared in Yi Futian's direction. They had been obeying his father's orders to withdraw the army, but they had been interrupted by Dojang, Qin Zhuang, and the others' attack. They had completely destroyed their formation. Retreating as a whole group would be nearly impossible. They were forced to fight. He swept his gaze over the vast battlefield. Zhou Mian wielded a divine implement as he battled with Qin Zhuang. The army that Niegai was leading was resisting Yuan Hong's heavenly battle array. He was the only one that was available, and he was feeling a strong threat from the divine ape body that Yi Futian had transformed into. Form up. The cultivators around Zhou Huang gathered together. All of them were all scions of the Zhou family. They could clearly see Yi Futian coming towards them. Kill him, no matter the cost. Zhou Huang ordered the cultivators beside him. A brilliant radiance flashed by, like a golden phoenix had split the void in two, and rushed wildly towards Yi Futian's divine ape. As long as they killed Yi Futian, Dozhan would also die, and the Holy Ji Palace would be destroyed. Thus, as far as the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was concerned, killing Yi Futian was worth any price. They would have never thought that in one short year their thinking could have changed so much. The cultivators of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had once thought that killing Yi Futian would be like crushing an ant. What was the difference between daring to face the Great Zhou sacred king and his followers and seeking one's own death? But now they were willing to pay any price as long as they killed Yi Futian. Watching many cultivators rushing towards him, a huge starry polearm appeared in the divine ape's hands. Radiance bloomed from it. It was a ritual implement of destruction. It was like it was meant to be wielded by the divine ape. He stepped across the void and slashed with the polearm of divine destruction. The void trembled. Thousands of shadows of the polearm swept out. Boundless power appeared, destroying everything. It was like a star had actually fallen to earth and swept out over everything. Bang! 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 Loud noises rang out as the phoenix figures were smashed. The polearm's shadow smashed into many cultivators, and blood rained from the sky. Even top-level sages suffered the polearm's power as they fell helplessly from the sky. Refined by fire, a scream rang out as golden fire burned the earth and the sky, burying the divine ape's body within it. However, the divine ape continued forward as it was bathed in flames, looking even wilder. Every step it took across the void brought it closer, and the polearm of divine destruction continued to slash forward, killing many cultivators with its forceful pressure. This violent battle made many people turn their attention away from the battle at the palace. They saw the army being constantly battered. Everywhere the divine ape went, devastation followed. It seemed to want to kill the commander of the opposing army. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. Although they had the power of a battle matrix, this was Yi Futian, one of the top-level sages. When he truly set foot on this field, he could probably wipe away the entire army by himself. As a gatekeeper, he was more than a match for thousands of men. If he really can take down Zhou Huang, many people could guess what Yi Futian wanted to do. Once he was successful, he could directly hinder the battle at the palace. Numerous cultivators were still charging at Yi Futian, but it was no use. The divine ape that he had turned into could not be stopped. Every cultivator who tried to stop him was completely put down by the polearm of divine destruction. If they were not killed, they were seriously injured. Soon Yi Futian had smashed a bloody road through the army and appeared before Zhou Huang. Zhou Huang and his men were already standing in full battle array. A line of nobles gathered together to form a battle matrix that hung in the sky. Many golden phoenixes flapped their wings. Suddenly the figure of a huge phoenix broke through and flew across the sky. Zhou Huang still wielded the golden phoenix sword, and he stared coldly at the towering divine ape. The divine ape's eyes were extremely cold. It had been Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Sage Wuliang who had nearly hounded the master to death. The desire to kill them had grown in him outside the palace. He had already ordered Qin Zhuang to kill Sage Wuliang. The two who were left, Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang, would certainly die too. Boom! The beast of war stepped forward and the sky trembled. The divine ape's arms were filled with limitless power, and the radiance of the starry laws filled heaven and earth as it followed the polearm of divine destruction. When the polearm of divine destruction descended from the sky, it seemed to carry with it the light of the stars. Each individual star's light was insignificant, but they all seemed to contain the full power of the starry laws. Each particle seemed like an entire star. Zhou Huang felt Yi Futian's attack and his heart trembled, but his gaze was still cold and severe. The golden phoenix sword swallowed up the brilliant radiance. Upon the blade of light, a figure of a phoenix broke through the void and rushed forward. The sky thrust forward, and the sky seemed about to split. Many of the star particles that were rushing forward were smashed by the sword and turned into a terrible storm. But the particles seemed endless. Zhou Huang and the others had a strange feeling, as if they were in the starry sky and countless meteors were falling towards them. Even so, his sword kept moving forward. Even if a starry sky was pressing down on him, he would still shatter it. Finally, the polearm of divine destruction collided with the sword, giving off a loud bang. The golden phoenix sword trembled fiercely. Zhou Huang and the others retreated, and one of them even coughed up blood. This attack was too fierce. It would collapse all the heavens. The divine ape stared coldly at its opponent. It extended its giant left hand, grabbed something from the void. In an instant, a horrible storm of stars spread out. Space seemed to be still, and Zhou Huang and the others felt that time and space had come to a stop. Everything was getting slow, but at the same time the terrible stars were trying to bury them. It was a spell created by the fusion of two rule powers, the star prison. This spell's power lay in the fact that it incorporated the rules of space solidification. There was no way to escape it as it directly imprisoned you within the stars. Zhou Huang and the others released unbelievable amounts of rule power towards the golden phoenix sword, making it swallow up the incomparable brilliance. It broke through the rule power released by their opponent and rushed towards it, but they saw the huge divine ape body wielding its polearm. It descended from the sky, shocking them. The star prison was broken, and the polearm filled the sky as it rushed down. It covered everything, and the golden phoenix sword could not intercept all of it. The terrible attack hit the back of the golden phoenix, and the horrendous power shocked the cultivators within the battle matrix until they spat up blood. Zhou Huang's body also fell from the sky. Everyone who saw the battlefield was shaken. Zhou Huang had certainly suffered a disaster. The divine ape descended from the sky and its polearm slashed out again with a violent sound. The golden phoenix that was guarding the battle matrix broke apart, and the battle matrix was destroyed. Many people were sent flying and spat up blood. Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu were also among them. The two of them were extremely weak compared to the rest of the army, but they still played a role in the battle matrix. However, since they were hidden in the center of the matrix, they suffered the least amount of force from the attack. When they saw the beast of war that was like a god descended to the world of man, Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu felt a little bit hopeless. The polearm covered the sky again, and Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu stood under it, only feeling their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and someone as strong as Zhou Huang still trembled and coughed up blood. His body fell from the sky, but the divine ape still did not stop. The polearm descended once again and many people felt their courage fail. It slammed down and Zhou Huang dropped his golden phoenix sword. His arm bones shattered, and his golden phoenix body was seriously damaged. He spat up blood wildly. In the next moment he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He looked up and saw a beast of war before him. It stretched out its huge hand, grabbed his head and pinched it. This sage-ranking cultivator of the sages and saints ranking had his head pinched, and whether he lived or died was no longer up to him to control. Everyone on the battlefield looked over at him and felt hopeless. How could the beast be so strong? Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu went pale. They didn't have time to worry about Zhou Huang. The divine ape was descending from the sky, and its other hand grabbed them. They had no power to resist it as it lifted them into the air. Everyone stopped fighting. A loud voice came from the divine ape, shaking the endless void. Everyone who was fighting separated, and soon the battle stopped. Everyone looked at Futian. The cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were a bit hopeless. Their army had been completely suppressed by the army of the barren state. Zhou Huang, the eldest son of the sacred king, a sage of the sages and saints ranking, and the deputy commander of the Golden Phoenix army had his head pinched by Futian, and Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu, both of them princes, were captured. What did this mean? It meant that even though both sides had brought the forces stationed in the palace and in the holy capital to this battle, the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army had still been defeated by the barren state. At the very least it would not be like it had been 1 year ago. Great Zhou sacred king. Another cold voice shook the earth and sky. The great Zhou sacred king, who was fighting in the most violent part of the battlefield, stopped. His perception was so strong that he saw everything Futian was doing over there, and now his face was gloomy to the extreme. For the first time he truly felt embarrassed. Chapter 873. At that moment the void suddenly quieted down, not seeming at all like a terrible battle had just happened there. But the area was still filled with terrible rule power, and the corpses on the ground were like a testimony that this had indeed been a battlefield. At that moment the void suddenly quieted down, not seeming at all like a terrible battle had just happened there. But the area was still filled with terrible rule power, and the corpses on the ground were like a testimony that this had indeed been a battlefield. Although Dojang was still standing proudly, and his stalwart body seemed like it would never fall, in fact, his actual situation was only known to himself. He had used a great deal of his inner strength in his battle with the great Zhou Sacred King, and now his body was overwhelmed. If it wasn't for the divine light that flowed over him, one would be able to see that his body was now riddled with holes. Although Yi Futian had rushed towards Zhou Huang in such a short time, the great Zhou Sacred King had still been able to launch countless attacks on him. When he saw Yi Futian capture Zhou Huang, Dojang understood why his disciple had arranged things the way he had these past few days. He had ordered the village chief and Qin Zhuang to pin down the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and at the same time observe their movements. He had calculated a good time to have the village chief return and wait until he had finished things so the two of them could face the great Zhou sacred king. But before this, there had been no certainty that anyone could block the king. In fact, it was sure no one could. The village chief could use his command of space to escape, but he couldn't bring him with him. Thus, Yi Futian had ordered the army of the Holy Ji Palace to cut off the great Zhou sacred king's army. Yu Qi and the others had fought hard and achieved a brilliant victory, and this had laid the foundation for today's battle, allowing Yi Futian to grab Zhou Huang and deter the great Zhou sacred king. Ever since he had come to Nine State City seeking Saint Jiang, everything had been for his master. Yi Futian had used this kind of power last time outside the palace. After that fight, he had collapsed for a while before he had woken up. Today, he had once again relied on power beyond what he could bear. His counterattacking power was still quite formidable. He didn't know how a disciple like him could still be alive. According to common practice, he had forced himself to use more than his own spiritual energy. Although for a short time he had wielded incredible power, it was likely that his spiritual will would collapse and he would either die or become disabled. Dojang did not want him to pay any price like that. The great Zhou sacred king felt the same way. Why was Yi Futian able to mobilize such power twice? But now was obviously not the time to pursue this question. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Yi Futian. The great Zhou sacred king said nothing. In these circumstances, nothing he said would carry any weight. A threat? A command? They would all be meaningless. He waited for Yi Futian to speak. If you return to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, I will let them live, the divine ape spat in a cold voice. He could directly kill Zhou Huang and the others. Under Emperor Xiao's rule, the great Zhou sacred king could not stop him. However, for Yi Futian, when comparing Zhou Huang and the others' lives to that of his master, there was no need to consider. Sooner or later he would wipe out the great Zhou sacred king, but right now he wanted the master to live. And not only to live but to be completely sanctified. The great Zhou sacred king's expression was extremely cold. When he heard Yi Futian's words, he knew the place that Dojang held in his heart. Are you afraid of death? The great Zhou sacred king swept his gaze over Zhou Huang, Zhou Ye, and Zhou Yu. Everyone went cold at the king's words. He had asked his own son if he feared death. Of course he was afraid. In this world there was no one who was completely unafraid of death. If someone was so-called unafraid of death, it was because in their heart there was something more important than death that transcended their fear. But it was clear that there was nothing like this for Zhou Huang and the others, so they were very afraid. But when they saw the great Zhou sacred king's piercing golden eyes, they did not say that they were. The king had many sons. He was tyrannical and ruthless, but none of them could be unfilial to him. He would truly abandon any weak and incompetent son. If they also lose a cultivator of the sage plane, then this is no loss, said Zhou Ye coldly. Although he spoke courageously, his heart trembled slightly. The great Zhou sacred king had not said it clearly, but he was hailed as the one most likely to inherit the throne. He very keenly understood his father's intention. If his father acceded to Yi Futian's threats, then he would have truly lost. If anything happens to you, Dozhan and the people of the barren state will be buried with you. The great Zhou sacred king's gaze swept over to where Yi Futian was. The rules of the great path flowed between heaven and earth, and a terrible aura burst out from him. He reached out towards Dozhan below him without any hesitation, and the radiance of the golden phoenix shined through the void. Dozhan roared and stepped into the sky as he launched his counterattack, but he saw the infinite light pierce through his body. His sturdy body trembled fiercely, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as the aura grew more fierce. The great Zhou sacred king's pressure became even more terrible. It covered the heavens and the earth, and it wrapped Dozhan up within it. When Yi Futian saw this, his heart grew cold. The most ruthless of the imperial family, the great Zhou sacred king, could even not care if his own son lived or died. And it wasn't just one son. Zhou Huang was a sage of the sages in saints ranking. Zhou Ye was known as the heir to the throne, and was thus highly regarded. These two sons could not have any value in his mind, and the great Zhou sacred king had said that if one hair on their heads was harmed, he would destroy the master. This meant that the great Zhou sacred king was not really ignoring them, it was just that he did not want to fall into passivity. The divine ape's hand suddenly clenched hard, and a crisp snapping sound rang out. The expression on the beast's face was Yi Futian's, cold and full of desire to kill. A few miserable cries came out. Zhou Ye and the others wanted to resist, but a force penetrated into their bodies and crushed their bones bit by bit, like the cruelest form of torture. Any attack that my master suffers, they will suffer twice as much. A cold voice once more came forth from the divine ape. Yi Futian had not given in. He had joined the game. The great game between the great Zhou sacred king and Yi Futian, lord of the Holy Ji Palace. The wind blew with a sorrowful feeling, and a bit of coolness. Then another figure stepped out, making everyone in Nine State City look at him. He was a cultivator of the Xia clan. He looked at everyone in the void and said, "The holy war has become so fierce, and you've come back to the same situation. Why don't you sit down and talk?" Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were at an impasse. They were sticking to their bottom lines and did not dare to break. They didn't want to pay the price. The price that the Holy Ji Palace would pay was Dozhan's life, and the price that the great Zhou sacred dynasty would have to pay was the lives of the king's son and many others. The great Zhou sacred king and Yi Futian said nothing, and the atmosphere was still tense. The holy lands of the 9 states all fight to the death under the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, and countless people have been killed. The Xia clan is willing to mediate this holy war, and moreover, invite a 9-state supervising inspector to guarantee that everything is above board. Are you both willing to do this? The old man from the Xia clan continued. But in reality, everyone understood that since the holy war had reached this stage, mediation was useless. The situation between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace would never end. With the great Zhou sacred king's personality, he could not let Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace go, and Yi Futian's way of doing things was also very ruthless. Also, he had displayed his talent. If he one day entered the Saint Plain, anything could happen. Chapter 874. The Holy Lands from the 9 states all knew that the Xia clan's surname had special meaning. Everyone had guessed that they might be related to Emperor Xia. The Xia clan's position in the 9 states was extremely special. As such, it was not abrupt for the people from the Xia clan to step out. The Holy Lands from the 9 states all knew that the Xia clan's surname had special meaning. Everyone had guessed that they might be related to Emperor Xia. The Xia clan's position in the 9 states was extremely special. As such, it was not abrupt for the people from the Xia clan to step out. The two Holy Lands had entered a deadlock. Although the Xia clan elders' mediation did not have any part in ending the sacred war, it did not mean that both parties would not take a step back. Unless they were willing to watch their master or children die in front of them. As long as my master is fine, I can stop here. But I will definitely not agree to any other conditions, Yi Futian said. He agreed to the mediation, but his stance was firm. Anyone could understand that this was only a temporary compromise, but only Yi Futian himself knew that he could not last in his current condition for much longer. Every moment was a huge burden on the people in the battle matrix. Moreover, what did he set up all this for? His master to enter the Saint Plane. As long as his master was safe, the barren state would have its second saint. He was not in a hurry to take Zhou Huang and the others' lives. After all, he had captured them to save his master. Everyone understood why Yi Futian agreed first. After all, they all knew what Yi Futian's objective was for coming to the Nine-State College. It was the great Zhou Sacred King who had led the Sacred Dynasty's army to pressure them, attempting to kill Dozhan and Yi Futian. However, the great Zhou Sacred King had not predicted what would happen afterward. As such, as long as Dozhan was able to become a saint and leave, it would be the barren state's victory. Sacred King, what do you think? The Xia clan elder looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and asked. His name was Xia Shan, and he was one of the higher-ranked figures on the sage ranking, so he had quite an esteemed position. The great Zhou Sacred King's faint golden eyes had an extremely sharp look in them. Although Yi Futian's attitude was unyielding, he could still see his impatience. No matter how mature his frame of mind was, he was still a teenager. His emotions were naturally his weakness. Not agreeing to any added conditions? He would see about that. Go ahead and kill them. The great Zhou Sacred King looked coldly in Yi Futian's direction and said, his tone icy. He taunted Yi Futian to kill them. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to do it. Evidently, the great Zhou Sacred King was unwilling to accept Yi Futian's terms. On the divine ape, a violent killing intent emerged. Zhou Huang and the other two had pained expressions on their faces as their hearts fell cold. Their father was ruthless indeed. Although they knew that the great Zhou Sacred King was only testing Yi Futian, what if Yi Futian really decided to do it? The great Zhou Sacred King was testing Yi Futian. At that moment they were competing to see who cared less. The great Zhou Sacred King similarly released a savage aura that engulfed Dozhan, as though once Yi Futian struck, he would as well. The tense mood continued to remain. Yi Futian's heart fell as he saw the great Zhou Sacred King's emotionless expression. He knew that he had lost the battle. If you want me to agree to your two conditions, forget it, Yi Futian said. Neither he nor Yaya could be allowed to land into their hands. If he fell into the enemy's hands, he would not be the only person who died. He would implicate the entire barren state and his master would also not be able to live. This was not a simple one-for-one exchange. Chapter 875. In the Nine-State College's herb garden, it was quiet as always. In the Nine-State College's herb garden, it was quiet as always. In the yard that Yi Futian had once lived in, a figure lay quietly on the bed, breathing regularly. Beside him, a figure sat watching his handsome face. The person sitting also had a beautiful face. Could even be called exquisite. Her eyes were like stars, but there was a tinge of sadness in its brilliance. There was a gentle smile on her face as her slim fingers slid across his handsome face. The tender movements contained countless happy memories. On the last day of the 9,999th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, they had held hands and gotten together. Now they had spent about 14 years together. His face was still as good-looking, but compared to his past juvenile-looking self, there were traces of maturity on it now. Of course, more of it was from the heavy responsibilities that he had taken up. After this year, he would only be 30. It was considered extremely young for a cultivator at Yi Futian's level, but he already carried the entire barren state's hopes on his shoulders. Moreover, her man would have even greater responsibilities and missions to fulfill in the future. She had once thought that the two of them would go on hand in hand forever, but after experiencing so much, she faintly understood how far forever was. She did not know how the wheels of fate operated, but at least they were together now and she could see his face. That was enough to satisfy her. At that moment, Yi Futian's lashes moved and he opened his bright and charming eyes. Seeing Hua Jieyu sitting beside him, his eyes filled with warmth, and a faint smile appeared on his face, one that could capture any woman's heart. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Futian asked softly. "I was thinking about why some people look so good no matter how long I look at them." Hua Jieyu also showed her most beautiful smile. When she smiled, although they were in the room, Yi Futian felt as though flowers were blooming. "That's because I already looked good to begin with," Yi Futian replied softly. The two of them stared at each other, as though they were able to feel how close their hearts were. "Is everyone all right?" After Yi Futian had fallen into a coma, he did not know what happened afterward. Although he knew that with Saint Li's guarantee, nothing should happen, he still asked. "Yes," Hua Jieyu nodded her head gently and said. With Saint Li's words, the great Zhou Sacred King did not dare to do anything in the Nine-State College. Senior Yu Qi and Uncle Master Jingang have recovered well, and are all waiting for you to wake up. Yi Futian heaved a sigh of relief. These days, he had been tense because of his master's issue. Now with Saint Li's guarantee and Saint Xia's mediation, the outcome would probably not be that bad. He then looked around the surroundings, realized that they were in the herb garden. He asked, "Have I been in the herb garden the past few days?" "Yes," Hua Jieyu answered. "Your issue is on the spiritual level, so Saint Zhang personally gave you some pills to recover. These few days Miss Little Butterfly has also come by several times, but you did not wake up." "I owe Saint Zhang and Little Butterfly favors again," Yi Futian said. "Yes, Miss Little Butterfly was worried these past few days about why you were in a coma. She was more relieved after I told her that this was not the first time. I heard that Miss Little Butterfly has been preparing your medicated bath for the past few days." Hua Jieyu smiled and said. Yi Futian felt a chill down his spine and looked at Hua Jieyu saying, "That was Senior Saint Zhang's intention." "I know." Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at Yi Futian, continuing to say, "Miss Little Butterfly is kind and beautiful. How do you feel about her?" Yi Futian did a double take. This was a loaded question. "I seem to have not yet recovered." "Let me rest a while more," Yi Futian said as he laid down. Hua Jieyu looked at the fellow in front of her acting asleep and glared at him coquettishly. "Jieyu." At that moment, a gentle voice sounded from outside. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Here she is." After she said that, she ignored Yi Futian and went out into the courtyard. Little Butterfly was dressed in a clean white dress and had a pleasant scent on her, like a goddess. Everything about her made others feel comfortable. The two beauties standing together was like something out of a picture. "Jieyu, I have boiled medicine for the two of you. It is useful in recovering spiritual energy. Try it." Little Butterfly lifted the medicine pot in her hand and said to Hua Jieyu. The two of them had become familiar over the past few days. He has already woken up, but he has not recovered completely and is still lying down. "The medicine will definitely work. Why don't you go in and give it to him? I'm sure he wants to thank you too," Hua Jieyu said softly. "Since he is still resting, I don't want to disturb him." "Jieyu, you can give it to him," Little Butterfly replied with an innocent smile. "Then let's go together." Hua Jieyu grabbed Little Butterfly's arm and walked towards the room. At that moment, Yi Futian coincidentally walked out and saw their intimate interaction and had a strange look on his face. This fox could even charm women? However, why did this image look so beautiful? What a sight for sore eyes. "You're finally awake." Little Butterfly saw Yi Futian walk out, and a smile appeared on her face. It seemed like he was recovering well. "Thank you, Little Butterfly," Yi Futian said. "I didn't do anything." Little Butterfly smiled and replied, "These few days, Jieyu has been guarding by your side. Her own spiritual energy has also suffered injury, but she did not rest. Since you have woken up, take good care of her. This medicine was originally prepared for the two of you, but since it looks like you're fine, give it to Jieyu." As she said that, she handed the medicine pot to Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "I won't disturb the two of you then." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu angrily. She lowered her head like she had done something wrong, then smiled and said, "I recovered a long time ago. Come over and drink the medicine," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Hua Jiu mumbled, then walked obediently to Yi Futian's side. Yi Futian made her sit, then retrieved a spoon to feed her. Hua Jiu looked at the handsome figure in front of her and felt a warm, fuzzy feeling in her heart. Own up, what devilish plan do you have for dragging little butterfly along? Yi Futian asked. Evidently, he knew what had happened outside. Hua Jiu tilted her head and blinked her eyes cutely, saying, Little butterfly is kind and beautiful. I like her a lot. Yi Futian glared at her and said, You always have this expression whenever you are guilty. Although it is charming after so many years, I have seen all your expressions. It's useless. Hua Jiu blushed as she glared at Yi Futian, then lowered her head slightly and said, I'm not lying. Little butterfly is not bad, and she's also St. Zhang's disciple. Your emphasis should be on the last line, Yi Futian said as he put the spoon down, then put his hand on Hua Jiu's head, knocking it. He then said, What are you thinking in that brain of yours? I am the Baron State's Holy Ji Palace Lord after all. Do I need to resort to these methods? That is also dishonoring little butterfly. You are not to have such thoughts in the future. Okay. Hua Jiu lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong. Yi Futian picked up the spoon again and said softly, Raise your head and open your mouth. Hua Jiu did so obediently. Yi Futian fed her the medicine again, then said softly, Although little butterfly is beautiful, my Jiu is the most beautiful. Hua Jiu's beautiful eyes brightened up and the bitter medicine became sweet as honey. In the 9 State Colleges pavilion where the people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty were, Dozhan sat cross-legged, bathing in a golden glow. Rule power flowed around his body and the divine light shone brilliantly. He had entered the saint plane through his body, so he had achieved the rule power body. When he cultivated, a divine light appeared on his body and looked dazzling. At that moment, a figure stood with his back facing Dozhan. Even standing there, he casually gave others immense pressure as he gave off a majestic aura. Will you not consider my words? Since you have already entered the saint plane, you should understand how strong a saint's strength is. No matter what happens during the sacred war, the strongest powers will determine everything. Even if I am bound by the rules, even if the people under the saint plane lose terribly, as long as I am around, anyone who enters the saint plane from the barren state will be suppressed. The Great Zhou Sacred King continued coldly, If you enter my Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, not only will you be able to stay safe, but I will also crown you as Lord. Dozhan ignored the voice and continued to close his eyes and cultivate. There was no way that his heart would waver. The higher our cultivation level, the clearer we see this world. The Great Path has no place for sentiment. Only by cutting off all obsessions from our heart can we forge the strongest will. Your emotions towards the barren state will only become an impediment that can even get you killed. Why not cut it off? Moreover, I have already stepped into the saint plane and can teach you how to cultivate after you enter the saint plane. The Great Zhou Sacred King continued to tempt him. The light around Dozhan continued to circulate without any pause. He had his own cultivation path. Everyone's path was different. Moreover, the Great Zhou Sacred King was very clear that it was impossible to waver a saint's cultivation, but he continued to tempt him anyways. He did not really want Dozhan to join him, but he was only trying to create a rift in his heart that could affect his cultivation in the future. As he saw that Dozhan did not react, the Great Zhou Sacred King turned around and shrouded Dozhan with an overbearing aura and walked towards him. He said coldly, I am speaking to you. Do you really think that I would not dare to deal with you? It was a mere accident for me to enter the saint plane. Outside the palace I should have died in battle. Therefore this life of mine was extended accidentally, and I entered the saint plane. Dozhan's eyes were still closed as he replied coldly, So you should know better than anyone that I don't really care about dying, just like how you do not care for your children. So if you dare to touch me, I do not mind battling here in the college. As for the consequences, I do not care. As he said that, he opened his eyes. They were filled with determination and arrogance. He said, If you do not believe me, you can try it for yourself. The Great Zhou Sacred King looked at Dozhan with his golden eyes, staring at him with an expression as sharp as daggers. as though he was trying to look inside those arrogant eyes. When did he ever care about the barren state? Not to mention figures on the barren sky ranking. Dozhan was once the 7th on the barren sky ranking. However, he had personally seen Dozhan fight to the death outside the palace and enter the Saint Plain. The great Zhou sacred king had been prideful his entire life, but towards Dozhan, even though he was on the enemy's side, even though he wanted to kill him, it did not stop his heart from having a trace of admiration for Dozhan. When a person's belief was so strong that even death could not shake it, he indeed deserved the admiration of others. Dozhan was evidently that sort of person. Therefore, Dozhan had said that he had entered the Saint Plain by luck, by coincidence. However, it was also inevitable. Nobody in the world could enter the Saint Plain through luck. However, the great Zhou sacred king still wanted to kill Dozhan no matter what. Leaving only an icy gaze, the great Zhou sacred king left with a frigid aura around him. Sage Dozhan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation, as though the great Zhou sacred king's arrival had not affected him whatsoever. He felt that the only reason he was alive was that his value was higher than Zhou Huang and the others. The barren state had been dispirited and weak for many years. Now a leading figure had appeared. Yi Futian was destined to bring the barren state into an age of glory. He represented the future and he represented hope. However, he was still too young. He needed time. The barren state also needed a saint that truly belonged to the barren state to appear now. It would become their belief going forward. So he was still alive. Chapter 876. A few months was a fairly short time for cultivators. It passed by in the blink of an eye. A few months was a fairly short time for cultivators. It passed by in the blink of an eye. The Battle of Nine State platform had spread throughout the territory of Summer State. Central Plains City in Summer State, one of the largest main cities of 9 states, was equally known as the Nine-State City. Because it was located in the middle of the 9 states, it held the name Central Plains. In this glorious ancient city, there were many prestigious families and clans. Any random person in the city could be an extraordinary character. This city could be described as weather-stricken, having witnessed many families rising and falling. However, in the Central Plains there was an ancient family that had a history of thousands of years. No matter how history evolved, it was always standing at the apex of this city, and controlled the land of the Central Plains. Not only that, but this ancient family, even among all of 9 states, was still one of the most powerful families, so recognizable that even 1 or 2 words in its name could be removed. This family, of course, was the longest withstanding family of the land of 9 states, the Xia family. Saint Xia, the head of the Xia family, possessed a lofty status in the land of 9 states. The elder had lived for many years and was highly respected. He witnessed the rise and fall of history, and had even experienced the glorious era of the unification of the divine prefectures a few hundred years ago. More than 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing unified the lands, but the fact was that, even before then, the divine prefectures had experienced a long period of war until it was finally unified. For the younger generation, the history of hundreds of years ago was far and seemed as if it had nothing to do with them because it was not their era. But perhaps to people ranked close to the elderly Saint Xia, he was considered a witness of history. Now, all holy lands of the 9 states were invited to attend Saint Xia's birthday banquet. So in a short time, the Central Plains city were trafficked with well-known figures and celebrities. Countless top families and clans were coming together in one place. The cultivators of all holy places also came under the leadership of commanders of the Saint Plain, crossing through boundless regions even as remote as the 3 holy places of Ocean State and arriving in succession into the Central Plains city. For the time being, Central Plains city was truly the gathering place of all the important figures of the holy lands of 9 states, making this ancient city more lively and prosperous. Even the 9-state forum did not have such a robust gathering. Even the 9-state forum, held once every 3 years, would not see the saints from other states other than the state where the host was located. But this time it was different. All the saints were arriving personally to celebrate the birthday banquet of Saint Xia. In this endless territory of 9 states, there were no more than 3 people who had such influence. Moreover, at the banquet of Saint Xia, There would also be mediation between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace regarding the sacred war. The battle 3 months ago shocked the Summer State, and the news quickly traveled to the Central Plains city in Summer State. Rumor had it that the palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, was a truly impressive figure of the times. Many would also like to see for themselves just how dazzling this young legend was. Top clans aside, even those others from all the Holy Lands were looking forward to seeing him. At this time, in a pavilion in the Central Plains city, the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light in Qi State were resting. I was born to be different and shouldered different missions. However, one day you suddenly discover that you are not so important. The world works according to its own rules. Sometimes, an inconsequential person turns out to stand at the center of the stage one day. What exactly are we pursuing when we cultivate? The young man said softly. Although I don't know what you are trying to express, the world is a big place. There's no telling who can become an absolute main player. But at least in your world, I believe that you will be the most dazzling person. The girl's voice was soft and she spoke with a smile. But perhaps that's no longer what I want to pursue, the young man whispered. A wind gently blew past him, but he seemed to be in a state of deep thoughts. In a few days he might see familiar people from his past. Once, he was the absolute focus amongst them, but now he was cultivating at Jixia Holy Palace. He thought that if he was to face the past, he could be completely undisturbed. But when that day really arrived, he found that it was still impossible to do. After all, it was still not enough. Perhaps cultivating was a process of seeking knowledge. Everyone had their own way of cultivating, and he was also seeking his own way. Yi Futian and company had already arrived in Central Plains City, and they came with the 9 States College, with Saintly leading the group. After all, the friction between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace had not yet been resolved. With Saintly as a personal guarantor, nothing could go wrong, and with him there, both sides would not be able to make unnecessary movements. Although Great Zhou Sacred King was extremely proud, in front of Saintly, he was still obligated to show respect. After they had arrived, Yi Futian and his party settled in a pavilion. There were people visiting on and odd. Most of them came to visit Saintly, who represented the 9 State College. Outside the pavilion, there were always many people gathering, wanting to meet the figures from the college and the other 2 holy lands, especially Yi Futian. At this time, Sage Wanxiang came to the courtyard where Yi Futian was and said, "Palace Lord, an envoy from the Yu clan is here." Yi Futian revealed a look of doubt. He and the Yu clan did not have any prior interaction. "Who is it?" asked Yi Futian. "Yu clan's Yu Zhonglu," Sage Wanxiang replied. Yi Futian's eyes showed a look of surprise. He had heard of the name. Yu Zhonglu, a sage on the sage and saint ranking. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. Even though he was a palace lord of a holy land, when a sage of the Yu clan personally came to visit, he was obligated to show respect. Otherwise, he would come across as rude and crass. Yu Zhonglu was middle-aged, seemingly around 40. His body exuded an extraordinary temperament. His eyes smiled when he saw that Yi Futian personally came to welcome him, and he put his hands together to greet him in return. "I just visited Saintly and thought that I would also pay a visit to Palace Lord Yi. Did I disturb Palace Lord Yi?" Saintly's position was recognized by all, and it was only natural that he should be visited first, so Yi Futian did not mind that. He replied, "You are too courteous. Your visit is an honor for us. There is no disturbance whatsoever. Palace Lord Yi is the Lord of Holy Lands, renowned throughout the 9 states. I should visit you in person." Yu Zhonglu sounded very humble, and his eyes remained focused on Yi Futian, full of joy. The Yi Futian at the moment and the one that was at the 9 states platform were different. He appeared humble and courteous, not at all like the sharp and jagged one at Zhongzhou City. "Please, formalities are not necessary." Yi Futian smiled and said, "Is there some way I could be of service?" It was nothing urgent. Yu Zhonglu glanced at the person standing beside him. Yi Futian's eyes followed his and saw a woman wearing a long blue skirt. Her figure was graceful and her curves elegant. Even though she was not wearing makeup, her beauty was undeniable. "Lingshuang, come and meet Palace Lord Yi," Yu Zhonglu said. Yu Lingshuang's eyes were a strange color, and her beautiful eyes that looked towards Yi Futian revealed some curiosity and shyness, which confused Yi Futian. "Yu Lingshuang here, paying respect to Palace Lord Yi. Miss Yu is too polite." Yi Futian returned the greeting. Lingshuang had heard many legends about Palace Lord Yi, and always wanted to meet this legendary figure of 9 states, so I'm taking her to visit. Now that Palace Lord Yi is the ideal pursued by many of our peers in the 9 states, Lingshuang has a lot more to learn from Palace Lord Yi. Yu Zhonglu smiled. Miss Yu is beautiful and refined, a most excellent figure among her peers and bound to be outstanding in her own right. There is no need to learn from the likes of me, Yi Futian replied politely. Although her natural talent is fair, there is still left much to desire compared to Palace Lord Yi. If Palace Lord Yi does not mind, perhaps in the future, Lingshuang could come to Palace Lord Yi for advice, Yu Zhonglu continued, and many around Yi Futian showed a look of surprise. This suggestion was full of obvious hints. Chapter 877. The Yu clan was one of the 4 holy lands in Summer State, and it was a familial force with a history passed down by many generations. It had a deep-rooted foundation. Although not quite on the level of the Xia clan and 9 State College, it was definitely one of the top 10 powers of the Holy Lands in the 9 states. Its power was not inconsiderable. The Yu clan was one of the 4 holy lands in Summer State, and it was a familial force with a history passed down by many generations. It had a deep-rooted foundation. Although not quite on the level of the Xia clan and 9 State College, it was definitely one of the top 10 powers of the Holy Lands in the 9 states. Its power was not inconsiderable. When such a family of power engaged in talk, naturally there was always more hidden meaning than what met the eye. Why would a lady from the Yu clan, with such a prestigious background and whose clan had a number of cultivators of the Saint Plain, need to come to Yi Futian often for instruction? Looking at the age and beauty of Yu Lingshuang, it was easy to understand their intentions. Of course, in their position, it would be impossible for the Yu clan to make their intentions known the first time. Therefore, it was only hinted at that if Yi Futian was willing, he could try to contact them. If not, then there would be no harm done at all. Behind Yi Futian, Sage Wanxiang, Sword Demon, and others looked at each other, and some thoughts started to materialize in their hearts. Obviously, the Yu clan had noticed Yi Futian's potential, and wanted to use marriage to unite their powers by having one of their daughters marry into the Holy Ji Palace and become Yi Futian's woman, thus tightening the relationship of both parties. They assumed that the Yu clan knew Yi Futian already had a wife, so a marriage would only yield the position of a concubine. Therefore, Yu Lingshuang must not have been the most important daughter of the clan. After all, Yu clan had a status formed over the past thousands of years. Even so, the Holy Ji Palace was now famous in the 9 states and had the potential to rise, but compared to the Yu clan, at least presently, it was still insignificant. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty had been difficult to deal with for the Holy Ji place, so the Yu clan was very sincere. It was obvious that they valued Yi Futian's future potential, so that they acted in this way, with cultivators in the Sage Plain visiting him in person. Naturally, Yi Futian understood Yu Zhongliu's hint. He looked at Yu Lingshuang. He had praised Yu Lingshuang's beauty as being outstanding, and it was no lie. She was indeed a very beautiful woman. He also detected curiosity and some shyness in those pretty eyes. Clearly, she was in the know, but she did not reject him. Perhaps a woman born into such a family knew that marriage was one of her fates. Yu Lingshuang understood that although she was resistant before, because after all, although she was not the most excellent woman of the clan, she was within the top 3 among her peers and had her pride. If she was to be a wife, she would not have minded. After all, Yi Futian was now known throughout the lands, and he could be described as the most legendary figure in recent years. But everyone in the clan who had seen Yi Futian all agreed that he would become a peerless figure in the future, and that he was incredibly handsome and young. He would one day lord over many leaders of the Holy Land. When she thought about that, she was not so resistant. Many of the great men in the 9 states had wives and concubines, And those concubines were all outstanding women in their own right. Now that she had seen Yi Futian in person, he was indeed an incomparable gentleman, so the resistance in her heart was weakened and instead replaced by some coyness. There was a momentary silence in the courtyard, and many thoughts were swirling in the minds of everyone in such a short moment. Yi Futian was thinking about how to respond. Yu clan is a clan of a holy land with a long history, whose art of sealing is well known in the 9 states. There is no need to ask for my advice. Yi Futian smiled in reply. His tone was warm and let those who heard it feel very comfortable. People of the Yu clan looked a little surprised, but Yi Futian continued. Of course, if Miss Lingshuang would like to ask questions regarding cultivation, I would happy to oblige, but I may return to the palace in barren state when things are finished here. Yi Futian's words were humble and courteous. Although it was a rejection, he was still polite. There was still a smile in Yu Zhongliu's eyes, and it was hard to decipher what he was really thinking and not revealing. In fact, he also understood Yi Futian's polite rejection. When Yu Lingshuang heard what Yi Futian had said, she felt a faint loss. She had put down her pride, but she did not expect Yi Futian to refuse, so it was inevitable that she felt disappointed. Of course, her self-esteem was not trampled just because of the rejection. The two had only met for the first time, and she was resistant before. How could she ask Yi Futian to accept her at first sight? Perhaps this was normal. As the most legendary genius in the barren state, it should not be so easy for him to be distracted by mere beauty. With Yi Futian's talent, position, and looks, it would not be difficult to procure any kind of beauty if he wanted to. The ways of cultivation all have their own strength. Palace Lord Yi single-handedly fought geniuses of all 4 holy lands of your generation. Naturally, there is much to learn from you. At this time, Yu Lingshuang smiled and said, the barren state is far from the summer state. If there is an opportunity to visit in the future, we hope Palace Lord Yi would not avoid meeting again. Yu Lingshuang seemed not to have minded, and her smile was even more attractive. When Yu Zhonglu heard what she had said, he was silent and just smiled. If Yu Lingshuang was only a superficial girl with a pretty face, he would not have brought her. If Miss Lingshuang visits me at the Holy Ji place, I will definitely host her personally. Yi Futian smiled. It seems that you young people have much to talk about. Yu Zhonglu smiled at the two. I will not tarry further. If you have time, Palace Lord Yi can come to our place to chat. For sure. Yi Futian nodded. Farewell. Yu Zhonglu put his hands together, bowing to leave. Yi Futian returned the gesture with equal courtesy. After the departure of the Yu clan, everyone's attention turned to Yi Futian. Su Shang smiled lazily. It is a pity that the feelings were not mutual. Yi Futian gave Su Shang a dirty look and replied, we just met for the first time. What feelings are there to speak of? It's just first impressions and the obedience to family arrangements. The purpose of marriage was ultimately a consideration of interests. The timing of the Yu clan's proposition is just right. For us, this is extremely beneficial. From the perspective of the Holy Ji Palace, I actually hoped you would consent, the sword demon said. Within the context of the sacred war, the proposition of marriage by the Yu clan would mean that as long as Yi Futian consented to the marriage, the Yu clan would help Yi Futian, which would help the Holy Ji Palace overcome this difficulty. They might even protect Yi Futian going forward and witness him step into the divine path. You actually turned down this kind of wonderful proposition. Su Shang shrugged. To acquire a beauty as a concubine and also empower the Holy Ji Palace, no matter how one looked at it, it was a great deal. At least until Yi Futian was strong enough to a certain extent. However, Yi Futian was his own person. If no such idea existed in his mind, they could make a joke or two about it. Why don't you agree? At this moment, a voice came from behind, and suddenly the space became quiet. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful figure appear, like a beautiful landscape, pleasing to the eye. However, everyone was keen enough to leave the two of them alone, leaving only Yi Futian there. Hua Jieyu walked to Yi Futian and tilted her head up slightly. Those delicate and beautiful eyes looked into Yi Futian's and said, you know their intentions perfectly well, and since the matter with the master has not yet been settled, if you agree, the Yu clan would lend a helping hand. Not to mention she is very beautiful. Futian looked at the perfect face that was so close to him. They could feel each other's breathing. Jiu very rarely talked to him so seriously. Previously, when she took Little Butterfly in the herb garden, even though she was in a joking mood, Futian could not understand what was on her mind. Little Butterfly was the disciple of Saint Jiang, and Saint Jiang was ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking. There was a little selfishness on her part. Ever since they left the barren state, although they now enjoyed fame in the lands, it was a long and difficult journey, especially the sacred war. Several times Futian faced a crisis, and twice he had fallen into a coma for many days, and he even took the risk to test out medicines, all of which Hua Jieyu had watched with tears and heartache. However, with her cultivation level, even if she had fully committed to stimulating power that did not belong to her, it was still just a drop in the bucket, completely powerless to those who were in the Saint Plane. Therefore, she did not want Futian to be so tired and often encounter life-threatening dangers. Previously, she did not know whether or not Little Butterfly was interested in Futian, but since Futian did not express interest, she had let it go. Now that the Yu clan had come forward preemptively and Futian once again refused, she would come forward and discuss it seriously. Judging from the attitude of the great Zhou sacred king, he did not want to lose everything. Otherwise he would have already done it that day. Now the Xia clan has come forward to mediate. As long as the great Zhou sacred king proposes conditions that do not go past the bottom line, I am willing to agree. Futian said, not to mention this is the sacred war. It is impossible for Yu clan to directly interfere with great Zhou sacred king's decision. At most they could only affect it but certainly not make a definite decision. But, Hua Jieyu still wanted to say something, but Futian covered her mouth, smiled and said, this is you allowing me to have concubines and girlfriends, don't regret it. Hua Jieyu stepped hard on Futian's foot. How could this guy be in the mood to make jokes? However, the arrival of the Yu clan did remind me that this time, all the holy lands are here in the Central Plains city. Let's take the opportunity to visit some principalities. Futian said, Jieyu, come with me. Hua Jieyu could not say anything but nodded gently in agreement. The next day, Futian and Hua Jieyu led many notable people from the holy Ji place, and went to visit the pavilion where the Yu clan was residing. The cultivators of the Saint Plain of the Yu clan had personally set up the banquet. Yu Lingshuang was also in attendance. When she saw Hua Jieyu next to Futian like an elven nymph, she vaguely understood in her heart why Futian did not agree to the proposition. Even though she was also considered a rare beauty, when Futian and Hua Jieyu sat together, they looked like a golden couple. Futian did not talk about the matter regarding Yu Lingshuang, keeping the intention of the visit as purely paying respect to the elders of the clan. Futian's humility was much appreciated by the Yu clan. After leaving the Yu clan, Futian went on to visit the Sky Saint. He had already had his people inquire about the whereabouts of where all the people of the Holy Lands were staying. This time, Sky Saint and his disciple Han Yu had also arrived. During the 9-state forum, Sky Saint and Glass Saint of the Eastern State gave him a great feeling, and they had expressed their care in words, so he decided to visit. After Sky Saint, it was time to visit Glass Saint where the people from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were staying. It was not until evening time when Futian finally returned with Hua Jieyu. Rumor has it that when he was young, the great Zhou sacred king once pursued the Glass Saint. We don't whether this is true or not, Futian whispered. In truth, the great Zhou sacred king had good taste. In the land of 9 states, he had seen many beautiful women. However, in terms of appearance and temperament, Glass Saint was the #1 beauty of the Eastern State and was definitely the most outstanding. After all, having cultivated to the Saint Plain, she possessed a unique allure that was also holy and pure, so that no one dared to dishonor her. Of course it's true. A beautiful woman such as the Glass Saint would naturally incite similar thoughts in all the top geniuses of the Eastern State at the time. Hua Jieyu said, even today, the Glass Saint still looks like a girl. The years have not left any traces on her. You cultivate so fast. You will soon be the same as the Glass Saint. Futian smiled. Who do you think is better looking, me or Glass Saint? Hua Jieyu said with a smile and looked at Futian. her beautiful eyes concealing a hint of playfulness. Glass Saint is the first beauty of the eastern state, but looking at all of the 9 states, I am afraid it is difficult to find a second, Futian said with a smile. Of course, the premise is that the present company is excluded. A sweet smile came onto Hua Jieyu's face, but she whispered in Futian's ear, if you could win the heart of the Glass Saint, do you think the great Zhou Sacred King would have his heart broken? Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with a shocked look. This girl was getting naughtier, and even dared to have such an idea? This was Glass Saint they were talking about, the lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Blinking, Futian seemed to consider the matter seriously for a moment, then nodded. What a good idea. Go die. Hua Jieyu gave Futian a look of faint irritation. This guy had actually dared to consider it. That was your idea. Futian was a little surprised. Was this change in opinion a bit too fast? Yes, I said it, but would you dare? Hua Jieyu looked at Futian with a smile, and Futian suddenly shuddered for no reason. Thoughts and no action might be the best route. If the Glass Saint knew what the two of them talked about, she would probably kill them with a single slap. Chapter 878. Saint Xia's birthday banquet was finally here. Saint Xia's birthday banquet was finally here. Countless gathered outside the Xia clan at early morning that day, waiting somewhere far outside their gates. They knew that legendary figures throughout the 9 states' holy lands would be there to attend the event that day. The Xia clan was the most powerful holy land belonging to a clan in the entire 9 states. Their territory was sprawling, so much so that even the clan's outer walls looked like that of a city's, grand and magnificent. Many servant girls were busy receiving guests from all over the 9 states at the moment. Mighty ones continued to descend from the sky afar, landing near the outskirts of the clan before walking up to their gates and handing up their invitations, which allowed them passage into the Xia clan. Most of those who arrived hailed from top-notch forces from Central Plains City. While the city itself was not a holy land, the city was nonetheless second only to holy lands in terms of power, as it was attached to the Xia clan. However, while the attendees all hailed from top-notch forces, they themselves were probably not very powerful individuals. Everyone knew well that the banquet was mainly held for the holy lands throughout the 9 states. Look over there. Someone looked up far away at that moment. A group of incredibly dazzling people was seen walking over. The sky seemed to be dominated by 4 distinct camps. There was a camp with dragons pulling carriages and another basked in dazzling light and looking impeccably regal. All 4 camps exuded a thick, magnificent bearing. When they came near that area, many who were watching outside felt rather compelled to worship them, and they responded subconsciously by slightly bowing their heads, not daring to look in the eyes of those above. The 4 major holy lands of the Qi state, the Qi clan, the Jixia Holy Palace, the Yu House, and the Hall of Holy Light are all here. Many were trembling within. The entourage from the 4 major holy lands of the Qi state was unspeakably grand, which was why they were able to emanate such terrifying pressure on those below. Every single holy land had saints arriving. That is Saint Qi. Many looked at the figure sitting on the dragon, behaving regally and imposingly, like an emperor. The Qi clan from the Qi state had once been the sovereign ruling over the entire Qi state, like a nation after all. Saint Qi. Some looked at the other direction and saw a figure standing at the center of the entourage from the Hall of Holy Light. His entire body seemed to be shimmering with holy light, making him look like a god, and many grew wary of looking at him directly. It seemed that the surname Ji had a privileged status at the Hall of Holy Light. The head saint of the Hall of Holy Light all went by that title. The 2 remaining forces were naturally the Jixia Holy Palace and the Yu House. As expected, both the palace lord and the chief of both holy lands attended the event personally. Many core members of the Xia clan received the combined entourage consisting of 4 holy lands from the Qi state personally, in order to show their respect. It was a treatment that those top-notch forces never received. It was something specifically reserved from those hailing from holy lands. Shortly after they were invited into the clan's territory, Representatives from holy lands of the Feng state arrived. Mighty ones from the Sea clan, the Fengdu house, and the Daoyuo sacred mountain arrived together. Holy lands from the Cloud state and the War state followed suit. Some representatives from different holy lands came together while some others arrived after one another. More than half of the mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking were expected to gather there that day. It had been quite a while since a grand event of such scale was held in the 9 states. Which holy land is that one? Someone asked. Shihua Sacred Mountain, and Saint Shihua is here personally. Someone answered. The mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain were in no hurry to enter the Xia clan and waited for a while outside instead. Whipping noises of the wind were soon heard, and many pairs of eyes froze at the sight of an even greater entourage coming their way. The ones from the 9 State College is here, as well as those from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace. Many looked sharp as they stared at the figures who had just arrived. Saint Li and the Great Zhou Sacred King both stood out from the crowd. They caught sight of Yi Futian from the barren state shortly after. While most people saw him for the first time that day and he was not a saint, they were able to tell him apart from the others very quickly. It was something one could have easily deduced from their position, and the bearing emanated. Furthermore, Yi Futian was extremely good-looking, and Hua Jieyu was standing right beside him, which made them all the more recognizable. While Yi Futian was not a saint, the attention he drew was definitely on par with those who had achieved sainthood. Some even said that he drew more attention than some saints. After all people from the 9 states saw saints to be supreme beings, no longer treated as mere citizens. Yi Futian, on the other hand, was still growing, and many wanted to be there to witness the birth of a legendary figure of their generation. Saint Shihua saw the others land and cupped his hands in Saint Li's direction, saying, "Greetings, Saint Li. There is no need for formalities, Saint Shihua." Saint Li nodded slightly. While all of them were saints, seniority was still being taken into consideration. Saint Li was a high-ranking figure both in seniority and his rank on the sage and saint ranking, which was 10th. Furthermore, he was the college chief of the 9 State College, which made him all the more revered by others. "Greetings, Sacred King." Saint Shihua looked at the Sacred King, then smiled as he nodded. The Sacred King nodded in return as a sign of courtesy. Saint Shihua then turned to look at the barren state. Yi Futian saw the saint looking in their direction, which prompted him to cup his hands. He said, "Greetings, Saint Shihua." Saint Shihua looked as if he was pondering something. Yi Futian seemed to have little liking for Shihua Sacred Mountain. It was quite a considerable surprise to Saint Shihua that Yi Futian had actually been able to corner the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to such extent in the Sacred War. No one batted an eye at the barren state when Shihua Sacred Mountain was holding the 9 State Forum back then. The same went with Saint Shihua, the host of the event. "It seems like your reputation has grown to precede you throughout the 9 states since we last met." Saint Shihua smiled and said, "You're too kind, Saint Shihua." Yi Futian behaved politely, though his eyes lacked sincerity. "Are you waiting for someone else, Saint Shihua? Shall we enter together?" Saint Li asked Saint Shihua. "Let us go in together then." Saint Shihua gestured and said to Saint Li, "After you." Saint Li did not hesitate and walked at the front, heading towards the Xia clan. Many who came to greet him bowed slightly and exchanged greetings before leading the way. Yi Futian continued to walk forward after entering with the Xia clan. Arriving at the vast, sprawling place where the banquet was held, many from other holy lands arrived by then. Several notable figures came to greet Saint Li and his entourage personally when they caught sight of him, before leading them to their seats. Yi Futian instructed some of his people, and the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace took their seats without giving too much heed to anything. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, on the other hand, followed the saints from the Holy Lands to sit at privileged areas at the front. It was the day when the birthday banquet of Saint Xia was to be held, and guests from all over the 9 states were received. The area where the banquet was held was incredibly huge. There were 2 rows of seats after climbing the steps, and guests seated at such seats were led by mighty ones from the Xia clan. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were to be seated at the end corner, but Yi Futian did not feel anything to be out of place that day. which differed from the treatment he received back at Shihua's Sacred Mountain. When the Nine-State Forum was held back then by Shihua's Sacred Mountain, only saints from the Holy Lands of the Eastern State were there. Yi Futian was the odd one out, as all the other Holy Lands from other states sent representatives. Furthermore, the barren state was arranged to be seated near the servants. In contrast, that day was one where leaders of the attending Holy Lands arrived personally, and all of them were saints, with him being the odd one out again as he was not a saint. As such, it was only natural for him to be seated in the corner. Yi Futian eyed many who were seated after he had taken his seat. While there were many who had yet to arrive, he nonetheless was able to sense that the seats above the steps seemed to be arranged according to the ranking on the sage and saint ranking. For example, Saint Shihua and the Rain Saint from Shihua's Sacred Mountain had both arrived, yet the Rain Saint did not sit with Saint Shihua. The Rain Saint sat quite a distance away instead. The saints from the various Holy Lands made small talk. Many came to receive saintly when he arrived, something which spoke volume of his status in the 9 states. While Yi Futian had become renowned throughout the 9 states, he was practically non-existent in a place filled with saints. The Moon Saint from the Yu clan was the only one who nodded and smiled at Yi Futian, while he simply returned the courtesy by bowing slightly. Neither of them spoke to each other. The Sacred King caught sight of what transpired, and he knew that the people of the Yu clan had paid a visit to Yi Futian before. His expression turned rather cold, but he dared not make a move against the Moon Saint. A gray-robed figure looked up slightly at that moment and took a look at Yi Futian, which was more than enough to make him sense danger like no other lurking about. He turned his eyes at the gray-robed figure, who was seen to harbor a faint smile. However, that did nothing to alleviate the tension he came to feel. "Greetings, Senior Sea Saint." Yi Futian bowed slightly and was able to guess the identity of the figure. He was none other than the head of the Sea clan of the Feng State, Si Ming, who was known as the Saint of Killers. He was an incredibly dangerous figure and an object of worship among the assassins. Su Shang and Su Ke below both turned to look at the Sea Saint. Admiration was seen from their eyes. "Good job for being able to guess at my identity," Sea Saint smiled and said. The saint did not emit any aura at all, but Yi Futian was still able to sense the danger coming from the saint, as if it was a kind of pressure that the saint was born with. "Your signature is rather apparent after all, Senior," Yi Futian smiled and said. While he looked calm, he still shuddered inside. The highest leaders of the Holy Lands of the 9 states were gathered that day at one place, and he was the only one who was not a saint. Despite the saints doing little but making small talk with each other, the aura emanating from them was more than enough to make anyone feel tense after all. But then again, it was a sign of privilege to be able to sit where he was sitting at the moment, a sign that the saints of Holy Lands of the 9 states acknowledged him. More came and the saints of the major Holy Lands took their seats one after another. The Sky Saint was there as well. He and Yi Futian shared eye contact, and both nodded to each other as a gesture of respect. When the Glass Saint arrived, the chatter dimmed noticeably and many turned to look at the Glass Saint. While the Glass Saint was not considerably eye-catching for her rank on the Sage and Saint ranking, she was the only woman who was the leader of a Holy Land, and she was also known as the #1 beauty in the Eastern State. Her looks were such that she ranked at the top among beauties throughout the entire 9 states considered. All that coupled with her status made her stand out considerably. Thoughts welled in the Sacred King's mind when he saw the beautiful saint walk in his direction. He picked up his glass and took a sip, yet his eyes never left the Glass Saint. Yi Futian was seated at the corner, and so the Glass Saint walked past him before everyone else. She smiled at him before walking past soon after. However, Yi Futian still seemed dazed at the encounter as his eyes lingered on her silhouette. Hua Jieyu smiled sheepishly at him, and he felt a strain soon after. Yi Futian took a cold, deep breath and Hua Jieyu asked him telepathically, "Very nice to look at, isn't she?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded in all honesty while his eyes looked at her rather exasperatedly and thought, "Weren't you the one who proposed this in the first place?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.